Hi, and a very warm welcome to Startup Grind Nordics. We feel very energized hosting today's event. It's our first regional summit in the Nordics. Nordic region is the home of innovation, impact, and happiness indicators. And with a unified Nordic strategy, we believe we can support the startups and ecosystem at a more strategic level. So Startup Grind is developing now a Nordic consolidated approach, and this summit is first part of that journey that we are having. We are honored to have the support of so many entrepreneurs, our community, ecosystem around us, investors, and the great speakers and keynote speakers who could join us at today's summit. We start with a very quick introduction. I'll start with me, and then I'll ask my colleagues here to just join in as well. I'm Regional Director Nordics for Startup Grind. I also do a lot of work in ecosystems. I'm a business advisor and partnerships lead at Companion Stockholm. We work with impact startups, social innovators, and cooperatives. I've managed 3 accelerator programs at Companions. I also mentor at Deep, Techstars, UNDP supported accelerators. I'll request Kelvin and Mikael to join us here on stage. Hi, Bertrand. Great that you could join in. Karin. Yes. Kelvin, we can begin with you. We're very happy that you're running Finland for Startup Grind. Over to you.
Yes, thank you so much, Rameau. Hello, everyone. Super pumped to be here today. We have a lot of amazing speakers and interesting topics, which I'm also looking forward to. My name is Kelvin, and I'm the chapter director for Startup Grind in Finland. I'm a founder myself, so I don't just help founders. I also build products myself. I'm currently building my 3rd startup now, which is around education technology. So if you are, interested in EdTech, want to talk about it, feel free to connect. I'm also on the board and a mentor at Nordic Startup School, where we help early stage startups to get access to our bootcamp accelerator and also access to a couple of funds to help accelerate their process. On my spare time, I do a lot of mentorship with startups, reviewing pitch deck, helping them with product market fit and all that. While on my own, I try to bring all of the knowledge and experience I have in also building my own startup. So if you are a startup looking for support and you feel that I'm able to help you, feel free to slide through my DM on LinkedIn. If you're an investor looking to engage with startups in the Nordic or specifically from Finland, or you are generally interested in EdTech and would like to hear about the new product that we are building, I will be happy to connect. If you're not a startup, if you're not an investor, you just want to chat, grab a coffee. I'm a very, very outgoing person, so I would love to hang out, catch up, and engage with you guys. Thank you so much for joining us today, and hope you have a good time and chat later. I'm going to put my LinkedIn on the chat in case anyone wants to connect. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kelvin. You're doing awesome work in Finland. Mikael, over to you. You're joining us from Stockholm and Växjö. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much, Rameau, and good morning, everyone. It's a lovely, lovely morning here in Stockholm. Finally, it's sunny. The snow is melting, so nothing can be better. So I'm very excited to be here today. My name is Mikael, and I'm the partnerships lead for Startup Grind Stockholm. Very quickly, my background is in communication, advertising, and public relations. I'm currently working as the regional manager East at Venture Cup Sweden. I promise I'll tell you more about that very, very soon. Venture Cup Sweden is Sweden's most popular and the biggest startup competition. We're spread in all 4 regions. So aside from my role at Venture Cup, I'm also actively involved in several local and global startup initiatives, including Founder Institute, which is the world's largest pre-seed startup accelerator. And we're active in 200 plus cities around the world and growing every day. And also Founders Live, which is a wildly popular US-based pitching and networking organization. I'm a founder myself. My company, Nutty Ventures, is it's an ecosystem accelerator organization. We connect global ecosystems and we support startups in their entrepreneurial journey through startup accelerators, mega events, workshops, boot camps, hackathons, and whatnot. Guys, hang out till the end of the show, and later I'll be sharing more about Venture Cup Sweden and the other exciting things that we're doing here. I'll also be here on the chat with you, so this is going to be a super cool event. So there's a lot happening very, very soon. So excited to be here.
So a warm, formal welcome to Startup Grind Nordics. Startup Grind gives a little bit of background. Some of you who are here for the first time on a Startup Grind event, we give startup education opportunities and access they need to build, grow, and scale their companies. We are the world's largest community of startups, founders, and innovators. How large, I'll just tell you. And we are here to connect you and help you learn, teach, help, build, and belong with each other. Because I think startups are a very lonely journey at times. So we are here to help you out. Yeah, that's the answer to the question that might be there for you. Like, how big is Startup Grind? We are more than 5 million entrepreneurs, innovators, and social change makers connected in a global community of 600 plus chapters, 125 plus countries. And we have a value structure around helping others, giving first, and making friends. Something very important, we have a global conference happening in Silicon Valley. We'll just put the link shortly in our chat. You're welcome to explore. So will be great to see you there at Silicon Valley. This is our first Nordic Regional Summit. We thought building and fundraising in turbulence was a very apt topic, the way the industry, the greater startup ecosystem, or the world ecosystem, the world economy, and then startup ecosystem, and then the connected funding ecosystems. These three ecosystems, how are they in a state of flux, change, however we put it. So we thought turbulence would be a good point of discussion for today. We are very happy to have awesome speakers with us. We'll soon be starting with our keynotes, and the layout for the summit for the first 50 minutes is that we'll have keynote segment where we'll start with somebody who doesn't need any introduction in the entire Nordic or the global ecosystem. Per Hedberg single-handedly built Sting and the Nordic innovation ecosystem. We'll be going deeply into his thoughts about Nordics and how Stockholm and Nordics are leading the world on several things, and what are the value structures behind that. So after Per, we go in with kind of a VC state capture with Inventure and Linus joining in there. We're hugely looking forward to your address, Linus. We'll also touch upon impact, ESG, and the agenda for startups, how you are going to survive through meeting your regular and impact metrics as you are building your company in a stage of stress, which we are talking about here in terms of turbulence. Thomas joins us to talk about innovation, and then we run from plug and play, and after this, we go into a discussion on communities with Crowdcube. So that's first 1 hour, and then after that, we are jumping into panel discussions. So we are kind of breaking the flow into panels and semi-panels. Let me just explain. So we'll go into a panel discussion on fundraising. So we have Max joining in from Snow Ventures, Raga joins us from Nordic Ignite, Andreas from Nordic Angels. Our Kapital is very interesting, like that, like how do you raise alternative financing in addition to or as a complement to what you are raising. And Alliance Venture is also joining us. Arne will be here with us. So this will be 1 hour of deep discussion on fundraising, after which we'll go into ecosystem supporting. This is a panel which will be led by Kelvin, who heads Finland, Helsinki from Startup Grind, and he'll be talking to Kios, which is a leading Nordic and a Finnish accelerator. One of the startups I'm supporting or investing in went through Kios recently. Maria won Business Helsinki and Nordic Startup Ventures. We then jump into segmented so we'll get a deep dive into the Helsinki and Finland ecosystem, but then we have also kept 4 segments for other Nordic markets. So Startup Iceland will be joining us, Oslo Business Region, Digital Hub Denmark, and then we'll be rounding off discussion with Startup Estonia about regional insights. And we also thought it would be good to get a global perspective of funding ecosystems right now and the world condition when it comes to motility or resilience in the startup space. That's where we have requested our global community leaders from different countries like Israel, UK, US, and Oman to join us to give us a good capture of how the ecosystems are evolving. Last couple of minutes, I'll go very fast. We have kept some time for pitching related discussion with a leading Nordic pitching expert who also builds speakers for TEDx Stockholm. Nick will be joining us to talk about Founders Live, and Mikael will be talking about Venture Cup Sweden. Quick announcement, big thanks to the partners behind Startup Grind Nordics and Stockholm, the Park. Guys, you're doing awesome work. Be Legal very recently signed up with us as Brim. Thank you for connecting brands in the global debate and community building around impact. You're building something awesome. We'll be doing a separate summit with you as we are planning. Founder Institute, your Nordic cohort is starting on April 23rd. Big shout out to you to do that in a big way. Great. I'll stop sharing my screen. I think we are already on the overdrive mode. Per, we are bringing you in and going into a discussion with you now. Let's see if I can unshare the screen. And let's start our first keynote address. We are very thankful to Per that you could join us on such a short notice. We've also always found so much value on your insights on the Nordic startup ecosystem.
Thank you, Naimul, for having me. It's a great pleasure to be part of this. Good to see you again.
Thank you so much, Per. And let's take a short trip back in time. We are curious to know about you and what made you interested in ecosystems.
Well, first, I've been CEO in tech companies for 18 years. And curiously, I also built electronic manufacturing companies in Russia, early 90s for the Russian car industry. But that was some years ago. But I've been CEO in tech companies for 18 years. And 1999, I decided to go back to the roots of entrepreneurship and have since then worked full-time with what we today call startups. So when I got the possibility to start Sting 2001, I decided to use a system approach, which means that we have developed many components in Stockholm over 20 years. Some of the components we manage in-house, some we manage together with others, and some we have just inspired others to start.
Awesome. I think Sting is in the center stage for that. We'd love to hear deeply about what you have built, Per.
Thank you. I'll share some insights with you. Let's see if we can have it in a good presentation mode. You'll probably see something now. Yes. So today, Sting, we're an independent and non-profit ecosystem for startups. The leading incubator and accelerator in the Nordics, by far the largest. We usually have 35 to new companies per year. We provide business development support and investment to tech startups who are addressing big problems, usually in climate tech and health tech. And quite extensive and qualified business development support with 20 persons working with 30 new companies per year. So our goal is to turn out 25 new companies plus per year. As I said, we started 2002, supported more than 400 companies. And our vision is to be the world's most attractive ecosystem for startups here in Stockholm. We're only in Stockholm. We're global. And 2021, we were named the best accelerator incubator in the world, actually, which is, we're happy for that. It took us 20 years. And I think, Naimul, we talked about actually perhaps sharing some ideas about the Nordics.
Exactly.
That was right. Yeah. I mean, this is not a complete list, but for you who don't know a lot about the Stockholm and Swedish tech ecosystem, I'll share some of the things that are specific here. This is a very mature ecosystem that have started around 2000, so 22, 23 years ago. Before that, there was not much of a system. We have a large volume of seasoned entrepreneurs in many different sectors, which is fascinating because it's coming out startups in any sectors. We have several national and international incubators here, which is very good because it's competitive and there's a large variety for entrepreneurs to select from. There's a well-developed public support system. We have several reputed universities and research institutes here, many angels, and they are not rookies. Many of them are experienced angels that have built large companies over the last 20 years, reinvesting knowledge and money. And we have a number of role models. It's very important for a country to have role models, because then young people think, I can be like those in the future. We have many experienced Swedish venture capital firms in different phases with substantial funds. And some of them have become international over the time, also as Crandom and Olsson and EQT. And we have several international VCs with presence in Stockholm. And more are setting up operations in Stockholm. So these are some of the things, not a complete list, but some of the things that I think is specific or characteristic for Stockholm tech ecosystem. Then there is a couple of things I would like to share with the international audience here when it comes to what is different or what is characteristic for the Nordics. And each continent and region have its own sort of characteristics. Stockholm and Sweden have produced most unicorns per capita after Silicon Valley, and there must be something behind it. And there's a couple of things I would like to share with you. This is, of course, not a complete list either, but here are some of the highlights. There's very sort of flat hierarchies in Sweden, very little upstairs and downstairs. In some other countries, it's usually more upstairs and downstairs. There's a great history of adapting to international influences and open to new ideas. Since 200, 300, 400 years ago, when people have moved from other countries to build the Swedish steel industry, and then it has continued over the years. So we import ideas and people in a positive way. There's a unique volume of international leading corporates in many different sectors. And I very often get the question, what is the strength in Sweden and Stockholm? The strength is the variety. We have international leading companies, almost all sectors, and they produce, so to say, and from them coming out innovations in all sectors. So it's not like London, very strong in fintech and ad tech. Sweden in Stockholm has a variety. So it's coming out companies, all sectors. Highly educated population means access to talent, and almost everybody speaks English. Political stability. This has been a country with long stability and long-term economic growth. And it's a women's place. This is really a nice place if you also are a woman and would like to start a company, because that's very positive, and we're in the forefront of that, I would say. There's a good culture of collaboration. You get to know that in kindergarten already, that think on your own and question authorities. That's very good here. And we trust people. There's a big sort of collective trust. We sort of think we get a lot for our tax money, and we trust the public institutions because they're usually very good. These are some of the things that are characteristics. And of course, many other countries have similar things, but I just would sort of, summarize that. So that's Naimo a little bit about the Nordics.
Thank you so much, Per. We have a question here. I'll just bring it up because you mentioned a deep connection with Stockholm. So let's see, it just disappeared now. So Ellen has a question. Is Sting only in Stockholm because they are from Gothenburg?
We work with companies wherever, but during the time they are in the incubator accelerator, they have to be partly located in Stockholm. It doesn't matter where legally the company is located, but we are not mainly working digital. We do that also, but companies move into us and our premise, and we sit and work together daily. So you have to be here at least 1 or 2 days per week.
And then, as far as I understand, Sting has both has several tracks. So you have acceleration tracks, incubation tracks, and
I
then
can share a little bit about that. This is exactly Naimul. So we're mainly through two main tracks. One is the incubate program, which comes in two versions, one for deep tech companies and one for more sort of traditional tech companies. And then we have an accelerator program mainly for digital startups. So in the accelerator program, it's a batch program. 4 months, we take on 8 companies per batch. In the incubate and deep tech incubate, we take on companies that we work with for sort of 12 to 2 years, 12 months to 24 months. It could be sort of growing new brain cells or storing data in DNA or new type of solar cell technology, etc. So these are the 3 sort of main programs that we are working with. And we are 20 persons in Sting. And of those 20, 12 are business coaches, really qualified persons that have built companies on their own the last 20 years.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We also have an observation here about the dismal stage of funding for female founders. How is Sting working on that in terms of diversity in its startup pool?
Yeah. Last year, we took on 39 companies to the incubate or accelerate program. 39 companies. 61% of them had female co-founders. 47% of them had a female CEO. I don't think anybody is in the neighborhood of that when it comes to gender balance. We work with that for 8 years now. And our Propel Capital, which is the investment company, last year made 22 investments, and more than 60% of them were in female founders. So we're doing a lot in that space, I would say.
Thank you, Per. And I would just support Cliff. You made a very interesting point. I think that's also something we'll like to build in our funding panel as we go deeply with the funding questions. Because I see a lot of positive work happening in Stockholm and the Nordic ecosystem when it comes to the ecosystem level. Companion, for example, we have 52% female founders in our advisory processes. So things are happening. The change it eventually delivers on the funding stage is something which will take some time, but we are doing all in our capacity. Per, thank you so much for a very interesting insight into the Nordic ecosystem, into the Sting world, and how you are helping startups. And in the last point, diversity. A big thanks for joining our discussion today, and audience for raising interesting questions here. We don't have time in the keynotes to bring in individual questions, but we try to blend in our discussion. If we could request Linus to now join us. Per, thank you so much. See, and this is going to take like a couple of seconds, and then we will. Linus, I'm seeing here that you are almost on the way.
I am here.
Awesome. Great. Great to have you here. Let's start with a quick background of yours. What made you interested in the VC space?
First thing is actually I met PJ from Northzone, so Per Jörgen, who invested in Spotify and some other quite impressive companies back in 2008. And I just figured, that guy has the most amazing job in the world. I'm gonna try to see if I can do it as well. So that's how it kicked off.
Awesome. That's great to hear. And we chose a very interesting topic today. I hopes to be seen how our attendees and how people respond to it. But we thought turbulence would be a good word to kind of bring a little context on how things are in startup world right now, or the funding ecosystem. What would be your take on the turbulence?
I mean, it is tough, right? I mean, like everyone has seen what's happened over the weekend, and with Credit Suisse and Silicon Valley Bank the weekend before, which was quite a hectic weekend for people in the venture space. And obviously, then you have inflation, lower disposable incomes, etc. Like, it is tough. We're seeing sort of signals, but I think the core thing is to stay quite calm about it as well. this too shall pass. And I think we have to, and I'll go through that a bit more in obviously in the presentation as well, on how I would sort of approach it from a fundraising point of view. If you think about it, if I were a founder who was thinking about raising capital.
Great. Let's jump direct into it.
Yep.
So for all the founders or ecosystem builders out there, we are now going to go into a state of VC presentation from Linus. So this is very interesting. If you have questions, raise them. We'll try to blend them in discussion. I don't promise, because keynotes are tight.
Yeah, I'm having some, obviously, even though we tested it out before, there is some issues with sharing right now.
Okay, let's see. No worries. Tech can always baffle us, no matter.
Unfortunately, and given that we work in tech, it should be easier than it is in reality. Hold on. I am struggling a bit here. Let me see if I can.
Do you maybe want to send the link to your presentation? I can put it up from here. If that
I
helps.
actually have it now, so this should work now. Let me know.
Awesome.
Is it online?
Yes, it's online. Awesome.
Excellent.
Welcome, Inventure and Linus.
Thank you. I'll try to be fairly quick on this one, because obviously we've already run out a bit of time, and then there's plenty of text in the slides and so on. The three sort of topics that I'm going to address today is sort of a bit around the venture landscape, what we see, not just in the Nordics, but also a little bit sort of with a slightly more global outlook. And then what we think is going to happen, what we believe in at Inventure, and how we approach this situation. And also obviously what we recommend to both our own founders, but also to other founders that we talk to. We start with the current state of the market and outlook. Things are hard, not dead. In many ways, pre-seed and seed is still around and alive and kicking. It's probably about 30% down is what we see on average. Whenever you sort of transition over to raising sort of Series A and Series B, that's when it gets more complicated. It's more polarized though. So some companies get a ton of money and most companies get nothing. So it's kind of schizophrenic in that sense. Then clear signals are also that we see verticals and industries with clear tailwinds. So think energy, AI, impact, for example, as well. And others have strong headwinds. So consumer, crypto, fintech are struggling more than they've done in the last few years. Obviously, there's a big shift on this sort of go from high growth at all costs to sort of maintain growth at least a decent level, but keep very close look at unit economics and doing it more profitable. Obviously, we just mentioned it, tough macro financial markets, SVB, Credit Suisse, etc. And I mean, one thing I saw over the weekend, if Credit Suisse was worth 3.2 billion last Sunday, and it was 7 billion 2 days earlier, I mean, you can probably assume that the valuation that you'll get in the market is about the valuation you had 2 rounds ago. It's tough being an entrepreneur, and you have to sort of see it through. Bit on the outlook. If we actually look at sort of macro fundamentals, they're not that horrible, but inflation is high, and the consumer sentiment is as low as it's been in the Nordics since the banking crisis in the 90s. That's a lot because the disposable income has dropped so much for individuals and consumers. So it's hitting differently here in that sense. We foresee that we're going to see a lot of volatile markets with long lags. So even now, when you see sort of adjustments on the inflation, and the inflation is still going up, and you can still see that obviously interest rates going up, that still has like a lagging effect, and we don't know how that's going to impact. So in many ways, it will get worse before it gets better. The other thing, obviously, sort of the VC market will shrink. We see already LPs pulling out of commitments to funds. So as in fund investors that put money, for example, to us and to other venture firms, they now are reconsidering how they deploy their capital. So if you're a founder, think long and hard about who you get into bed with. Emerging managers, we're probably going to see a bit of a struggle there too. It's already been visible for us, as in colleagues in the business are struggling with fund number 2, etc., even though that was fairly easy a few years back. And then I think the next time when you are raising, you need to make sure that you can prolong runway as long as you can. In many ways, that'll come in partly to my recommendations later as well. So I'll move on. What we believe in, as a seed stage fund, we thrive when there is uncertainty, and that can be uncertainty in the market, or it can be uncertainty in terms of what you're building. We're not a momentum investor. So that means that if you're trying to figure out your organizational maturity, you're trying to figure out how to scale your team and so on, that's what we do. And that's what we like doing. That means that, we believe that you can't really time markets. It's continue investing across the cycles because it's impossible to time it perfectly. And what we also see, obviously, companies that can get through these periods of uncertainty, and the ones that start at this moment as well, have some serious grit. And that's exactly what you need now. It's time to roll up our sleeves. That goes with us supporting our companies as well, and go back to what venture was all about, a long time ago. And it's also good to actually, every market needs a bit of washout every now and then, and get rid of some tourists that thought VC was an easy way to make a buck. We also have the biggest dedicated seed fund in the Nordics, so we have stamina and financial muscles to see through. And we still believe in, the Nordics and Baltics is a great place to keep on building and starting businesses in, very much like Per emphasized earlier as well. And I think that, as an entrepreneur, you should know, investments last longer, and the relationship with investors typically lasts longer than the average marriage. So choose wisely when you choose your partner as well. What about raising money? And I'll try to do this quickly. As mentioned, pre-seed is still fairly active, but with lower valuations. One thing you should do is that you should always check the vintage, so which year was the fund raised, because that will say quite a bit about if they're actively deploying and if they can actively deploy or not. I think you have to choose your partners more carefully than ever before. It'll take longer time. That also means that you have more time to do more due diligence on your investors. Talk to failed companies foremost, not the ones that are successful, because then everyone's happy. Talk to the ones where they failed. Then you get to know what they were like working with if things didn't pan out. It's also very unlikely compared to, let's say, 2020, 2021, that you can create a lot of FOMO and optimize for very low dilution. So just have that in mind. Runway in unit economics is the key in this market. So making sure that, you have to act like a cockroach here, be very hard to kill, make sure you get through the tougher times. That will give you an edge against everyone else, because many will crumble at this time. And then I think one thing we always teach our companies, and something we try to talk to, broadly speaking, as much as possible, treat funding like any other sales process. You start with a funnel of, let's say, 100 firms that you talk to, and then you try to move as many leads as possible down in that funnel. So hopefully you can keep the momentum up throughout the entire process. You can never let anyone sort of go through the funnel directly, because you basically just derail the entire process. Make sure that you optimize what's best for the company. And that means that you get the money, not always that you get the absolute best one and the one you were dreaming about and so on. In this market, it's about making sure that you survive and making sure that you get that funding round in place. So treat it like any other sales process. That's what I had, because I know we're short on time.
Thank you so much, Linus. If you can unshare your screen, we can quickly blend in one or two questions. Jessica, I know we are by 8 minutes, trailing by 8 minutes. And I also know that Thomas has to jump out at 11. So we'll try to manage these expectations a little bit. Eric had a point. I'm just trying to locate it here. It's going so fast on chat. Yeah. So there was a point related to, okay, I'll pick up Anne's point. So Anne's point was, should startups focus be sales rather than fundraising right now? We'll pick up a similar question in funding, but what would be your take?
No, for sure. I mean, fundraising will take a long time now, right? I think sales is the thing to focus on, for sure. And I mean, it also shows that, whatever you want to do in any fundraising round is you want to show momentum in that fundraising round with the business. So one thing that we always sort of recommend to founders is that regardless if you're fundraising, you need to show positive momentum in that fundraise, which means that you close the number of deals. So one thing is not mutually exclusive. You have to do both, but sales will always make sure that you get people to get, oh shit, you also closed this deal. Amazing. And you actually create positive momentum in that race regardless.
Awesome. One last point from Eric. A question to Linus. How are your LPs pressing you with the trade-off of not waiting too long to deploy capital versus don't invest in duds?
They're not pressuring us at all. I mean, we're on fund 4, so we've kind of done this, a number of times now. So they're not completely, in reality, some of them are quite positive that we're a little bit not, going back to 2020, 2021 times when some funds were completely out, where people like invested all of it in like 3 years. We've stayed fairly traditional and do it in 45.
Thank you so much, Linus, for a very comprehensive capture on the VC space. We are now jumping off to Jessica.
Thank you so much.
Take care. Jessica, we welcome you on stage now. Jessica is joining us from Wellstreet. Let's see if the transition works. Yes, it works. Hi, Jessica.
Hello.
Thank you so, yeah, please.
Can you hear me, see me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. First of all, thank you so much for joining in and agreeing to be a keynote speaker for today. As always, we start with, like, let's hear a little bit about you and what made you interested in venture capital, Jessica.
Sure. So I'm Jess. I'm half British, half Bulgarian, born and brought up in France, and now living in Sweden, and a partner and fund manager at Wellstreet, a very early stage VC based out of Stockholm. Why was I interested in venture capital? I think, like most people, I think, who work in this industry, like you just want to be part of the businesses that surround us going forward and the society that we're going to live on in the future. So one of the most exciting parts, I think, of what we do is sort of seeing, so we invest really, really early stage, right? Often pre-launch. So the moment you see a product or a service you've invested in suddenly like advertised on the subway, or, you know, or somebody else talks to you about it that you've never met before at an event, and you're like, oh, they've heard about this company. I think that's kind of the magic of it. It's just like I played a small part in sort of building that and saw that journey. I think that's the fascinating element, I would say.
And what are you really passionate about in the venture capital space? I read somewhere it was impact. So would you like to elaborate on that a bit?
I wouldn't say impact in the broad sense that people understand it today in terms of an impact company. So we're not an impact investor where, you know, defining impact as like, oh, with every impact you make, you also make revenue, but rather like we're very much in the business of creating sustainable businesses. So I wrote in the chat during Linus's talk, like, you know, fundraising is, or raising external funds is one way to build a business, but what we want to do is build businesses, and we see capital as a very good way to do that and one of the best ways to do that, but there's lots of other ways to complement that in order to build a sustainable business going forward. And so for us, that's what we live for. It's really like the build of companies. And the part that I love the most is obviously when you work on fund level or portfolio level, you get to work with so many companies on so many different things. I feel like I have 17 different jobs on some days because I get involved with so many of the different things our companies do, and so many of the different things ourselves as Wellstreet we do as well. So I think like that's the really fascinating and fun part. And when you start to be able to sort of aggregate that knowledge and reuse it again, you know, when we invest like early stage, there are a lot of sort of lessons learned that you can very quickly sort of replicate and save a company 6 to 12 months, sort of by having seen that before. So that's the bit that really excites me every day, is my ongoing conversations with our founders. You know, I'm constantly in a direct conversation with at least 3 of our founders pretty much sort of all of the time. And so like the speed at which then you can evolve if you have multiple sort of buildings going on at the same time is the really exciting part, I think.
Okay, well, that's very exciting, Jessica. Let's talk a little bit about ESG and how startups should approach that, given the current pressure of, like somebody in the chat also wrote, like operations, sales. So like, where is the direction? Do you have any ideas on that?
Should I share my screen now? Or?
Please go ahead.
Yeah. There we go. Give me 1 second. So let me just skip to that fun part. So I think like for us, and I think with the world around us, essentially ESG is a matter of survival for companies. We believe that, you know, we're in the business of creating companies that we want to have in the long term. Sorry, give me a second. This is the one I want. So what we really want to see is companies implementing ESG as a way to connect, to have businesses that exist going forward. And I think with the crisis that we've seen really now, it's really interesting to sort of reflect back on the word impact and what that means. It's not only the impact that a company has on the outside world, but actually the impact that the world has on a company. And that is relevant for all of the letters in ESG. So environmental, social, and governance. I think things like the recent crisis with Silicon Valley Bank is a really good example. If you look at good governance principles and risk management, actually a company with good ESG principles sort of in its DNA would probably have diversified that risk sort of at an early stage. So I think it's always relevant and always sort of really important, especially in turbulent times, because it allows for that resilience basically built at the core of the company. Also really important to bear in mind is this really scary slide, which is that actually for startup and founders, it's really important to understand like how VCs and funds work. And I think there were some interesting points in Linus's presentation, but essentially like I think founders have sometimes been a little bit naive or don't really understand actually how a fund or a VC works. But the quicker they understand that, the easier it is for them to choose the right partner and make the right decision and choice for their business. And a big part of that now is also regulation coming in that essentially regulates, at least in the European Union, the behavior of investors when it comes to reallocating capital flows to sustainable sources. And essentially what that means is that funds will now be accountable for the investors they choose to make, broadly speaking. I have a lot of slides on this that I can share. They're a little bit scary, but I think it's important to sort of understand, because all of that means is that, you know, funds as businesses, they're sort of very lean structures. So all we are is a sum of our parts, i.e. our portfolio companies. So if you look at this slide here, basically all of the reporting requirements fall on the company at the bottom. And that's kind of regardless of stage as well. Like all sort of alternative investment funds, i.e. VCs, are subject to this, whether they invest really early stage or later stage. So from that perspective, it's essential for survival of the company itself, but also for a company's fundraising journey going forward. So for us, you know, we don't really agree that companies are too early or that the climate doesn't allow for this. We actually think that it's fundamental for a company to control both the impact it has and also has a really serious understanding of how sustainability in its broader sense can affect the company in the long term. For us, it's fundamental, and it's also binary. We either build resilient businesses that will be here tomorrow, like I was describing in the presentation. That's what we're really here to build, versus build businesses that won't have a license to operate in the medium to long term. So for us, it's very much a prerequisite, and I think we'll start to see that given regulation that's coming now in January 2023. Most VCs will start to have sort of requirements on this, and so the earlier the startups understand this, the earlier they can work with ESG in a language that is understandable from sort of all parts of the value chain when it comes to accessing funds and accessing fundraising. Just to sort of give a snapshot a little bit about what we mean when we talk about ESG, I think people often focus on the environmental part, but actually ESG covers a really big part of what companies do. And if you think about some of the things that most company has, if you look at data privacy and security and the GDPR regulation, that's very much sort of within the scope of ESG. I mentioned a little bit risk management, but risk management in sort of this type of climate, whether it's you know, where you keep your money and in which bank it sits, to you know, do you have your customer list sort of really focused or centered on one economy? For example, you know, we have a lot of investments in B2B SaaS in the e-commerce space. Okay, we have to take into account, okay, that's a segment that suffered sort of in the last year. How do we help companies sort of diversify that customer base? And that's relevant within sustainability, but it's relevant in general for a company to sort of have an eye on that. So there's a lot of ways, and ESG touches a lot of, I think, parts of a company. And I think it's really important to not only focus on like, okay, your team and your office, because that's relatively small, but actually more think about it in terms of like how you build products and services for the future that you know are sort of for the benefits of all going forward. So things like product lifecycle management, product safety, quality assurance, all of those things I think fall very much under ESG, and it's something companies should consider from day one across then to sort of answer the question, their operations, but also their product roadmap and sort of those elements as well. So it is very, very broad, and so there are parts that are relevant to all companies, even though, you know, deforestation might be not relevant to sort of every single company. out there. So I just wanted to highlight a little bit again, like the importance of it in turbulent times. There's a huge risk, I think, with not looking at this area as a founder, no matter sort of where your business operates, whether it's the expectations from investors or customers, which I think are quite clear, especially with the regulation on the investors I just mentioned, but also the potential threat to revenue streams going forward. If the planet faces the threats that we indeed believe it is, and the IPCC report I think was a really interesting one that was published earlier this week, and also obviously affects the company's enterprise value, i.e. your valuation when it comes to fundraising, and then of course brand attractiveness and the cost of non-compliance. Having said that, if you deal with the hygiene level and the basics right, then you can sort of really take that to the other level and really leverage it as an opportunity and a competitive advantage. Build on top of the resilience factor for something that really sort of takes your company to the next level when it comes to attracting customers, attracting talent, and attracting funding. And I think the really hard part, I think, is always to start. For founders, like my initial recommendations would be like, just don't start to think about ESG as a silo in your business, but rather across all of the themes in your business. So for example, in your product roadmap and how you're building your tech. I mean, we've had some really interesting discussions. I don't know if you guys have followed, like how some of the generative AI models are built and some of the data behind it, and how that's already biased. Like that's super relevant and sits very much within the field of ESG. So just thinking about it in all those elements: who are your distributors, who are your suppliers, how do you make sure that they comply with sort of basic ethics and governance in a first stance, but also from an environmental and social aspect as well. Start really simple. I think all ESG work starts with a risk assessment, like where are we most exposed based on our stage and the industry that we're in. We have like a guidance on our website on like how to start and how to do that, which you guys can access here, and we'll share the slides afterwards. I think look for investors who are also looking at ESG and talking about it and can be supportive with it, because then they are investors that will make you resilient and competitive in the long term. And then I think start the conversation around ESG with all of your stakeholders. And then I don't know if we have any investors in the audience, but we also have some recommendations with investors where we just believe that investors should start holding themselves accountable on the companies they choose to support and the companies they want to empower, since we are all in this business, I think, as described by most of us today, like to see sort of the part that we can play in the future, and that future needs to be sustainable. So yeah, the starting is the hardest part with ESG, but we think it's fundamental and not really a question like should we do ESG or not do ESG. It should be part of like our DNA and our thinking in every sort of pillars of the business, whether it's product, marketing, team, sales, and so on. I know we're quite short on time, so I've run through it quite quickly.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Hi, Jessica. Yes, it went very well and very comprehensive. If someone here was saying that they probably need a 1.5-hour workshop to explain, but that's great that you could cover so much here. And I love the point where you talked about ESG more as in a broad sense and not as a silo for a startup. I think that's the key message here that you brought in. Thank you so much for taking the time out and taking us through your thought process and what Wellstreet is doing. You guys are doing great work for startup founders. Thank you.
Thank you.
We move to Plug and Play Ventures now. Let's see if we can get Thomas here.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Thomas. I know you have a hard cliff in about 10 minutes. Please go ahead. And for the panelists who have joined in for our next panel, we'll be delayed by 10 minutes around. So, but that's starting at 11:10. So over to you, Thomas. And tell us a little bit about yourself. You recently have taken over as partner at EMEA Ventures at Plug and Play. So tell us about your journey, what made you interested in innovation and startup space.
Super. Thanks a lot, Rameau, for the invitation. Really glad to be here. I'm Thomas Bigagli. I'm French and Italian. I've been working in the tech ecosystem since 8 years, roughly. I've been a startup founder myself 3 times, actually. So I learned a lot. And this is why actually I decided to go in VC, because I realized how hard it was to be an entrepreneur. And I wanted to be closer to, bright people, super courageous, that would like to solve complex problems. And to do that, I started mentoring startups myself, then, backing startup as a business angel, and then had the chance to join Plug and Play roughly 4.5 years ago. Started in the Silicon Valley, Berlin, then came back to Paris and launched 8 offices. And last year we had an incredible year. We had 2 new unicorns in the EMEA zone. Our portfolio in this zone raised 1.3 billion, and we invest in 91 startups. And in order to pursue this success, even though, the market dynamics are not that much in our favor, we are now 2 managing this region. And in EMEA, where we had 26 offices and 300 people.
That's a huge scale. We would like to know a bit more about Plug and Play, what you guys are doing. Are you innovation platform? Are you a VC? If you could shed some light on that, maybe you can take us through some of your ideas.
Yeah, sure. Maybe if you don't mind, I can start sharing my presentation now, because I guess I will be answering this question as well in it. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Lovely. So I will get you maybe through the whole story of Plug and Play. And indeed, we are more than a VC. We are also an innovation platform. But let me go back to the 90s, because we've been actually building ecosystem since quite a while. So, Plug and Play is a family office. So we are owned by an Iranian person called Saeed Hamidi, who moved to the Silicon Valley back in the 70s during the Iranian revolution. And he launched a bunch of industrial businesses and real estate businesses. And back in the 90s, he saw a bunch of new type of entrepreneurs that were starting their innovative companies in their garage. And he had, he actually has, we still have it, a building in front of Stanford, University Avenue. And he had a brilliant idea to put a bunch of desks and to rent all of them to entrepreneurs. And he was lucky enough, this is why he called it the Lucky Building, to have as first tenant, Sergey and Larry, that co-founded Google. Then he had Peter Thiel with PayPal, Mr. Zapat Costa with Logitech, Dropbox, Lending Club, Danger, etc. So as you can imagine, he started also investing in these startups. And in 2006, when he had his first big return on investment, he decided to pursue this career, but also grow his vision. So he bought a bigger building that is still our HQ, actually, and created the legal entity Plug and Play. And since then, we've been expanding internationally, but also we became more than a VC and an incubator. So we are, Plug and Play is really at the forefront of innovation. We try to be at the middleman, the bridge, who facilitate interactions, but also projects between all of the stakeholders in the innovation scene. So they can be investors, they can be corporations, NGOs, university, governments, etc. As I mentioned before, so we grew quite a bit. So we are a Silicon Valley-based company originally, but now we have more than 50 offices all the way to Tokyo, Japan, as you can see on the map. And we are opening some every quarter, roughly. We open our first one in the Nordic lately in Copenhagen, but we are opening 2 actually in Q1 and Q2 2023 in Sweden. More to come. I'm more than happy to disclose some information now. To come back to our business stream, so as I mentioned before, we do several things. On one side, we're a VC fund, so we're a strategic VC fund. We never lead or co-lead rounds. We're here to invest relatively small tickets, but in a lot of companies. And why we do that is because we actually have really strong portfolio promises, and the portfolio promises are linked to our other pillars of activities that I will mention right now. So on the other side, we're also an innovation platform, a corporate innovation platform, but not only. We also work, as I mentioned, with NGOs, consortium, government, etc., where we are supercharging their innovation activities. And we do that through a bunch of different services that can be CVC as a service, can be running, white label accelerator, incubator for them, etc. And lastly, we support startups. So through our VC activities when they are portfolio companies, but also the companies that we are, we are supporting through our corporate innovation activities. I will tell you a bit more right after. When it comes to the investment highlights, so, Plug and Play has been active in the VC game since the 90s. but we started, increasing drastically our investment activities in 2013, roughly. We have 32 unicorns officially, plus 3 that are undisclosed because they've been raising debt. But all of these startups we invest in pre-seed and seed, because originally that was our mandate. Now our investment thesis evolved a bit. As you can see here, so we have different vehicles. The family office is mostly covering the pre-seed, seed, and Series A, pre-Series A. And then we have industry funds with corporate LPs or generalistic funds with multi-LPs that are investing in Series A and B. Plug and Play is roughly investing in 250 companies per annum and deploying around 50 million, just so you know. Now coming back to the corporate innovation services that we put in place. So that's our end-to-end innovation graph. So what we want to highlight here is that we can help all of our partners from, acculturation of any innovation topics, all the way to giving them visibility and make them work with startups that are strategic to their business, and facilitate POCs or implementation or even investment and acquisition. So, we can work with any institutions, and it does not really matter where they stand when it comes to innovation, right? Because we can really help them since the beginning of their journey all the way to the end. We are working with more than 550 corporate partners. So in Sweden, for instance, we are working with Tetra Pak, with Volvo, with Ericsson, etc. But globally, we are working with, again, 550, and this number is growing on a daily basis. And lastly, we have different verticals. So these verticals are not really scope of work, I would like to mention. They are more networking and knowledge clusters, right? So all of our corporate partners may be interested in several of them, and that's fine. And this is why we want to facilitate that. A good example, for instance, would be Volvo. So Volvo could be part of our mobility vertical, but actually the scope of work that we will do with them can be, linked to many of them, can be linked to IoT, can be linked to sustainability, to supply chain, to energy, etc. So this is really important to highlight, because our verticals, again, are not a limit of scope of work. I know we don't have that much time, so I wanted to end here and leave some time for the Q&A.
Yeah, thank you so much, Thomas. I'm very interested in knowing how does the case work with because you have more than 500 corporate partners. How does it typically work with founders or startup builders out there? How does the process look like?
With startups builders, you said?
Yeah, startup, like founders. How do corporates and innovators how do you blend them together in creating ideas?
That's a really, really good question. I would say, the services we put in place for corporate partners differ a lot. So they are pretty much all tailor-made. Some are more focused on acculturation, some are more focused on project-based, so POC that could be implemented in the future. Some are related to investment or acquisition. How we do that generally, we tend to sit with the C-level executives, then the innovation teams, and then pair topics with the business units of such large corporations to help them define their innovation roadmap. And from that point, then we will, of course, prioritize. When we prioritize, we then pick, tech focus or pain points, tech priorities. We can call that in different means. And from that point, we will sit with all of these different stakeholders and try to understand, okay, what are your needs, your pain points? Which type of solution could you work with? Do you have any criteria linked to the geographical zones, the technology, the maturity of the solution, etc.? And then we'll scout the best startups globally that could support them. The goal is after, to sit with them, to select the ones that will fit best, to introduce them, and the best one will have the chance to work or receive an investment or even get acquired, and we will facilitate that until the implementation. Maybe just to give you an example, from all of the POCs that we have been facilitating, more than a third got industrialized after, while the industry generally ratio is more 1 out of 8.
Okay. Great. You're doing awesome work. We already have a query here. So Shahar basically is asking you guys have presence in Israel? If not, how they can help you expand there? So maybe that's a question you can take there. And then for ecosystems out here, this is a huge network that Thomas has. If you're interested in reaching out and building it, reach out here. But Thomas, thank you so much. We'll move to our next keynote now. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks a lot. Have a good one, everyone.
Thank you. Mikael, if we could have you here for a last keynote on, and the topic here would be community. Let's see if we can get you here fairly quickly. Hi, Mikael. Thank you so much for joining us. And we are very interested in knowing what are you doing in the startup space and how are you helping founders? Over to you.
Yes, pleasure. I'm originally from Gothenburg in Sweden. I lived in the US for a while and in London for quite a while, and now head up Crowdcube in the Nordics, so the largest community fundraising platform in Europe. We sit in Norrsken, which is the biggest impact hub in Stockholm, and been operating there for the last sort of year and a half.
Great to know. And how are you helping startup founders? What stage do you work with? What kind of verticals are of interest to you at Crowdcube? We'll be interested in knowing about crowdfunding from your expertise, how that works. Maybe that's something interesting for our startup founders and ecosystem builders out here in today's event.
Absolutely. I'll share my screen quickly. I don't have a whole lot of slides, but essentially what I will talk to you about today is making your community a part of your funding mix. And this is something that later stage businesses and even unicorns are doing today. And that's also what really attracted me to this space. I've worked for the Swedish Chamber of Commerce for many years in London, helping Nordic companies to go into Europe. And the sense of community and the ecosystem in the Nordics, like Per and a lot of the other speakers have highlighted, is unique, and it has a lot of power, and that is what we utilizing as part of your fundraising strategy as well. So crowdfunding is not something new in the Nordics. It's been here for quite some time. It's been done with local players, with small scale, and when equity crowdfunding becomes powerful, it's when you do it at scale. So that's what Crowdcube does. We bring an international angle to it and a new proposition in that sense. So this comes from the new European crowdfunding regulation that was put in place in November 2021. So before, it was a really fragmented landscape. It was really hard to do this kind of fundraising because each country had its own regulation. That's now been harmonized by the EU. So it's the same rules all across. And to date, Crowdcube is the only platform who has a license to run these campaigns, pan-European campaigns, including the UK. So we can run up to 13 million euros today in a single campaign with our prospectus. That is taking 5 million from European investors and additional 8 million from UK investors. And this really changes the game completely for this kind of funding, because there is a new element of international reach in it. And for Nordic companies, obviously getting new customers in new industries and in new geographical locations is extremely important. But doing crowdfunding at scale, that's when it gets really, really interesting. And that's where we specialize. I mentioned that. So We've done the top 20 largest community fundraisers of all time in Europe. We've done all of those 20. A good example is Monzo, a UK fintech they might have heard of. They have raised 25 million pounds from their community, converting 24,000 people. And if you work on that scale, that's when it becomes really powerful and interesting. The biggest Nordic deal we've done to date is with Nothing Tech. You can see Carl here on the slide, which is a Swedish founder who is saying that company and community, the line between company and community is disappearing. And this we very much agree with. So he closed his Series B 70 million professional round with EQT last year and allocated 10 million to his community. And this is very much our model. So we sit as an allocation, an extension, or a top up to a professional round. Hence, primarily we work Series A plus with growth stage businesses. So these businesses doesn't turn to this kind of funding as a last resort. They very much do it because of the halo effect of what it means. And I thought I'd just dig a little bit deeper into that, because that's the secret sauce that gets me up in the morning. So what happens then if you convert a user or a customer to a shareholder? Because this is what we do at scale. Monzo has done this with 24,000 of their users. So we've done 1,500 campaigns across Europe. So we've really digged into the data around that. So what it means is that you get about 10x customer lifetime value for those users. 10x customer lifetime value. And if you dig down what that means, they refer about 4 times as many new business customers to you. They're about 50% more engaged, and there is no churn. Who's going to leave a business where they actually have skin in the game and they actually are a shareholder? And these users have invested as little as 10 euros, but you still get 10x customer lifetime value. So if you're a founder, you go to your CMO and say, I'm going to give you 10x customer lifetime value on our 5,000 best customers. And you're not going to spend a single cent of your marketing budget achieving that. They will fall off the chair and they will obviously not believe you. But that is the power in using this in your funding mix. So a lot of the times, Crowd has in the past been with really early stage businesses, and it's been seen as a last resort. But now it's done by later stage businesses, not primarily for the capital in itself, but the halo effect that I just mentioned to you. And we've now done this with 1,500 businesses, and their community are now on the platform. And what we see is that they're also reinvesting then in other businesses that are similar, then they also get interested in. So if you are a Nordic business and you're looking to internationalize, this is a way to also find your first new customers in new European markets. So having worked at the Swedish Chamber of Commerce for many years, one of the hardest and most expensive thing is to get your first customers in the new market. And this is one way of doing that without you even being in that market. So we can shoot a campaign on Germany, on Denmark, on UK, and you can get a couple of 100 to 1,000 ambassadors that we shout about your brand in the market that you are not in already. So this becomes part of your go-to-market strategy. As you can hear, I can talk about this all day and I'm very passionate about it, but I will leave it there. You will see a little bit here about some of those huge races that we've done. Yeah, if there's any questions, I stop sharing. I'll happy to take those.
Thank you so much, Mikael. It's we are trailing with time, so I'll just pick up one or two. First of all, very impressive track record so far, and your points on community and the way you brought in the point of that you can actually help customers companies tap into their first customers in different markets with your tremendous network. So I think that's runs home for many startups. a couple of questions that were coming out. We can just take one of these here, which is a positioning kind of a question. And somebody was saying difference between you and Seeders versus some other coin trees like Deal Flow and Folkis Invest. Yeah. So are you structurally different in some ways, or is it like just like in VC space, there are so many venture capital funds that you can go, but then when you zero in, you can find, okay, they are investing in consumer, they are investing in impact. So how would you differentiate that? That we can take as a question.
Yeah, of course. I would say that comes down to community, and obviously the topic of my talk right now. So we focus on converting as many investors as possible for the business. That is the goal for us. Some of the other platforms might have larger average ticket, and it's more like a light angel network. We're very much about converting your own community and sitting as an allocation of a larger professional round. So again, the reason for doing this is not just the capital in itself, but the halo effect of converting a large number of investors, and that we can do better than any other platform. So I would say that is the main differentiation. And then obviously the license we have, which means that we can involve investors from all of Europe as the only platform that holds that license, opens up new avenues as I mentioned before, with getting other new users in new markets and so forth.
Great, thank you so much. We'll just take one last question and then move to our panel. And that is, do you work with startups from Africa? If no, are you open to that path?
I love that question. My wife is African, so she will be very happy about that coming through. We can fund African companies. It's not one of our focus markets as well yet, but there is a lot of things happening there. Obviously, Nordics has opening up in Rwanda, where we also sit in Stockholm. So it's possible, but more to come with African businesses.
Great. There are many questions coming in on crowdfunding, like what kind of like equity you need to share. I think Janina and Anne, amazing questions. We'll try to connect you with Mikael offline. Mikael, thank you so much for great insight and on communities and what you're building at Crowdcube. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to our panel discussion on startup funding. So we kind of zoom in a little bit more on startup funding. We have had excellent inputs coming in our keynote addresses from so many different angles, from Nordic ecosystem, from Per. Then we had Linus, who gave us kind of a broad view of the state of VC. ESG was put on table by Jessica. Thomas brought in innovation, corporate connections, and how do you make it work through so many different angles that plug and play globally works with in so many ecosystems. And then recently with Mikael, we were discussing the power of community halo effect. So awesome discussion over there. Let's see if we can move to our panel discussion. We will still try to cap this discussion till 12. So really happy that you could join us. Thank you, Andreas, Arne, Axel, Max, and Raga for being here. Let's start with a quick introduction, and for my ease, I'll go alphabetically. So let's start with Andreas, then Arne, and then Axel, Max.
Thank you so much. Actually, I was listening in for an hour or so, and it was amazing, great initiative from you guys doing this. Interesting to get to know the people behind all these amazing companies and initiatives. So my name is Andreas. Should I do the short one now about me, or?
Let's start with a short personal introduction and then yeah.
Okay. I'm the founder and CEO of Nordic Angels. We have been working on this for like 3 years now, and I'm glad to share some insights from what we're building because we haven't done any PR about that. So I'm an angel investor going back 15 years, and yeah. That's the short story about me.
Thank you so much. Arne.
Yeah, hi. So I'm Tolling. I'm a partner at VC.
I think there is a sound feedback. Let's see. Let me just check if I can. Arne, yes, please go ahead with your personal intro.
Yeah, so I'm Arne Tolling. I'm a partner at Alliance VC, which is a Nordic early stage VC. I'll leave it at that for now.
Awesome. Thank you. Axel.
So I'm Axel Bruzelius, one of the founders of ARC Capital. So we're a bit different from many players here. We actually lend money to fast-growing tech companies and startups. And we also, to do that, we've built an quite advanced analytics tool that we also give out as a standalone product.
Awesome. We'll be happy to look into that. Curious to look into what you're building, Axel. And Max.
Hi, I'm Max Samuel. I'm a partner at Snow Ventures, based in Norway. We're a Nordic early stage VC as well, doing a lot of the same things that Arne and Alliance are doing.
Thank you so much, Raga.
Hi, everybody. My name is Raga Magnúsdóttir, and I am located in Iceland. I'm one of the founders of Nordic Ignite, which is an angel investment firm.
Thank you, Raga. Just for our audience, I already see some things here. Okay, so audience likes. AIM is the system that ARC is building. So people love what you're building, Axel. The structure for our discussion would be that we would now have short presentations from our panelists, and then we will go into a Q&A. So you can, while they are presenting, if you have any questions, just bring them up on chat, and myself, Kelvin, or Mikael will kind of queue them up for answering. So if we start with a quick, in the same order, Andreas, if you could tell us about Nordic Angels, and then we run with Arne and Axel, and then Max and Raga. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think I missed saying that, but we're based in Stockholm. We're in a Nordic initiative that what we want to do is that we want to actually, every presenter that you had like the last hour, we built Nordic Angels to enable them to communicate better, share deal flow, opportunities, help their portfolio companies, and connect all the players in the Nordics. The reason for that is that we believe that the Nordics are too fragmented and too small in a global context to actually to leverage that together as it really works in real life. So what we're doing, we built a social media for that target audience in order to help the entrepreneurs succeed more often and better. So I'll share my presentation. You guys see this?
Yes,
we can see this. So I've been an angel investor for almost 15 years now, and me together with my co-founder Ash Pournouri sat down 5 years ago, and we talked a lot about how can you build a high trust social community, both physical and digital. So we went out to some of our founding members, that we call them 30 of Sweden's most recognized angels, to ask them in terms of what do they lack, how do they share deal flow today, what kind of communication tools do they use. So usually you use WhatsApp, Gmail, Slack, Discord, etc. to share deal flow, build your angel communities, your investing communities. Could be based also on interest. If you play golf, drink wine, share a book club. So people are working in different kind of groups to share opportunities that arise. And to be super clear, an angel per our definition is a person that contributes with capital and or competence, knowledge, or engagement from start to finish. Everyone is actually engaged in that in the unlisted environment. It could also be board members and advisors that are our target group and our member base. So we built the tools. We've been doing that for 2.5 years to make them communicate better in order to help their portfolio companies and the entrepreneurs. So we only focused on the angels. The definition of an angel is different between people, but I consider everyone, example, as in the panel right now, are angels per our definition. So the startup ecosystem is scattered. You have so many great initiatives like you guys are doing, Rameau, and conferences and get-togethers and meetups and things like that. But it's too scattered. And angel clubs are usually also per se excluding. You need to have 1 million to invest, or you need to be interested in playing golf, or you need to have been studying at that school or whatever. So we're not an angel club, we're not a bank, we're not a VC, we are a social media, a high trust social media for that target group. And it's actually, and people always ask me, it's like, what's your business model? How do you make money, etc. And we said, like, the social media, we don't make any money out of that. Actually, we deployed 500 millions in our platforms and through our events last year, and we didn't take a penny for that. So it's actually something I want to give you guys who are entrepreneurs here and based in the Nordics right now, is that, I'll come to that. But the community of angels, they're underserved because we always took them for granted. We always see that, Sweden has amazing entrepreneurs and amazing tech companies, but that wouldn't be possible if it weren't for the angels. The guys who take the first ticket, the guys who open the doors and sharing network with these people and the companies. So there's a matching problem because there's a lot of people who wants to deploy their capital, and there's a lot of people who wants their capital, but you cannot match it. No one has actually matched that until what we believe have built now, and we see that every day happening. So just a quick look at what the angels and what their contribution in the ecosystems are. So these are numbers of the governmental initiatives that are being deployed into the market. This is 2021 numbers. The angels and their contribution is amazing in making this work. You also have private equity and venture capital. It's up in the roof here, right? But we want to focus on the angels. The people working for the private equity and venture capital firms are in our per definition angels, because they are working super close to the first ticket angels as well. So we're all in the same ecosystem, right? So when we started, we went out to 30 of Sweden's most recognized angels, asked them, like, what do you guys want? What do you think about, the things that are out there now? And we actually just listened to them, to their outspoken needs, and we also looked at what are our own needs and what do we think the community need. So we built this social media. It's an invite-only, high-trust social media where everyone is vouching for each other. So it's up to the network to invite their friends. You can also share deal flow and receive deal flow based on your interests. So look at me as an angel. I get maybe 3 to 5 new deals a day on my table from different kind of resources. But if my friends send a deal to me, I usually ask, the first question I ask, do you invest by yourself? Because as an angel, you don't have time to do the due diligence properly. You need to trust your friends that they've done their part. And we usually follow each other. And if someone has a very strong knowledge within a certain kind of sector, and I don't, but I have some money or capital to invest, I love to join that person. And that's how it works, the psychology of it. And we just built a lot of tools, and also the tools we didn't build, we partnered with others that actually made that. So we have a portfolio management tool. So a lot of our members, they are super into, they really want to have control. But some of our angels have over like 100 investments in their portfolio. So, and they would know, and they use the Excel maybe to do that, or their family office to create the control for them. But we just made this tool for them to get better in control. That's one of the needs for that target group. And also you can build clubs, both private and open clubs. Some people are into network and some are not. And I can also use the platform as a member to look into who are the other members who are interested in a certain vertical. I want to join other angels who are interested in audio tech, for example. Then I can find them there and we can collaborate, set up clubs, share deal flow, and help our portfolio companies. We also enabling people to do syndication as a service. If someone has a deal on their table, they need more capital, they want to allocate capital together with other members, that's a tool that we provide. We also write a really appreciated newsletter that goes out every Tuesday, where we actually just push everything together of the latest news from the latest week. Super appreciated. To be able to do this, we do also physical events. So we do luncheons once a month with different kind of topics. Sometimes people come pitch, and sometimes we just discuss something that's relevant for that time of being. We're also doing a gala in September for angels. I also become a podcaster, so we're launching a podcast later this year. We also provide super anonymously, of course, but we also work close to the government and other great initiatives out there to actually, highlight the importance of angels and also showcase their what they're actually contributing with. So we do. We have platforms, and we have approximately 550 members on board in the platform today. We haven't made any PR. We're not in a stress. We're not in a hurry, and it's up to the members to actually invite their friends. We also have a secret committee that actually do a second approval of everyone, and because nobody wants to be the gatekeeper in this kind of initiatives. And we see that our target group or potential member base in the Nordics are 200,000 people. If you include all the board members, advisors, first-time tickets, private equity, venture capital, that is actually true. I have to sometimes give proof on that point. So, and we also do a lot of other stuff, and you're going to see a lot more about us this year, I believe. One platform tailored for the angel community and superior matching. That will help the entrepreneurs for real. So we are an indirect impact initiative that we really want to, and actually that is something that I really care about, because I'm an entrepreneur myself. I founded my first company back in 2008. I started it, I built it, and I sold it 2 years ago. So I've been through the whole process and also giving back to the ecosystem in terms of tickets and opening doors and being a matchmaker, as many other angels are. Maybe it's too much info, but deal flow sharing, superior networking, syndicates and SPVs, and portfolio management, that are some of our tools. And we're actually not aiming to do this. We are doing it right now. So it's not a vision. Yeah, that's about it.
Thank you so much, Andreas. I think there's some feedback in your microphone. See if they can fix it remotely. But we love what you're building, because you have angels, and then you pick them up as a community, and then you started building tools around trust. And what I really love was the flexibility of having micro communities or tribes or clubs, as you're saying. So that's a lot of work that is going on at multiple levels of community. So really awesome that you're building that. I think it's a great service to the ecosystem. And while we are on the topic of angel investment, Raga, if you can kind of continue on that with Nordic Ignite. And then I was thinking that we go into the VC space with Max and Arne, and then to our Kapital, and then we open up for questions. So Raga, over to you.
Yeah, sure. So 5 minutes is short time, but I will try my best to do this. Can I share my screen now, Rameau? Okay, let's see. Can you see this?
Yes, awesome.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're an angel investment firm, and we're focusing on the Nordics. And I will go through. We are a new angel investment firm, and I just wanted to tell you how things are going, what we're doing. So in a really hard-boiled way, here goes. So these are the founders. I'm one of the founders, together with these lovely people. I won't name them all, but like you can see, 4 are based in Norway, and 3 of us are based in Iceland. We also have on our team, so to say, our angel ambassadors. These are shareholders in Nordic Ignite, but also they are committed to assisting us in sourcing new deals, providing inputs in investment decisions, and mentoring our portfolio companies. These are those that are helping us in Iceland, but we also have a group of people in the other Nordic areas. What we see is an opportunity, of course, for superior returns from early stage investments. We believe that we are an experienced investment team that can add value through mentoring and network, and we can see there is an increasing number of startups all over the place, not only in Iceland but also in the Nordics as a whole, and we think there's a saturated venture capital market a little bit, which leads to competition and higher valuations, maybe. So that is what we thought about, and is our why. This is the reason for us going ahead. So we position ourselves really early in the pre-seed stage. Our highest investment is 250,000 euros, and we're in the same space as the friends and family and the angel investors. And just to tell you a little bit, we have already got 64 angel investors investing in us, and we're really proud of that. And the fact that these angel investors are 50-50 men and women. The sectors that we focus on are the sectors that Nordics have competitive advantage, deep knowledge, and strong infrastructure. And we only invest in startups in the Nordics, and we are looking at also the Baltics. We consider us to be evergreen, because we're focusing on, in 1 or 2 years being a publicly traded angel investment firm, and we want our shares listed on the growth market. This will not limit us by a fixed fund life like many of the VCs are dealing with. And we are really early, so we want to have a longer runway for our startups. Of course, purpose-driven investments, this is the name of the game. It's really important to look at sustainability in all our investment decisions. And this should be, something that we all focus on, like Jessica talked about earlier today. I think, if you're doing a product, you should always look at the sustainability in your product life cycle, of course. We also aspire for gender equality and in all levels, both in our investor group, those who invest in Nordic Ignite, but also regarding everything that to do with our portfolio. So we are really having focus on that as much as we can. This is numbers for our deal flow. We only started in the middle of November last year, and we have already had 138 submissions through our website. We invite our founders to, they can schedule a 50-minute meeting, introduction meeting, and 58 of those have already done that. We've invited 34 of our submission startups to do a pitch meeting with us, which is a proper pitch meeting, always online. There, the founders meet up with some of the founders of Nordic Ignite and some of the people in our angel ambassador group. So we always have 3 people listening, and we blend it as much as we can. Location, where are these submissions coming from? It's from Norway, mostly, Iceland and Sweden. We have still work to do in Finland and Denmark and Estonia and so forth. But we're only starting, so I'm not afraid of that. I think this is only a matter of introducing us better to these ecosystems. Everybody is looking for 250,000 euros or more. Of course, this is our limit. So nothing special here. I think it's just normal. And if we look at the teams, the founder teams, they are mostly mixed teams. A great part is an all-male team, and we have so much that we need to do in the all-female teams, but still we're really proud of already having 20 all-female teams submitting to our process. So I think, this is just something that we need to work further on, and just on that note, we really need to work on it if we are serious about keeping this as equal as possible. Our portfolio investments so far, we've made 4. One of those is Arctic Impulse in Finland, Keeps in Iceland, Simpson Diagnostic in Sweden, and Vandre in Norway. This is the first time that I've talked about this, so this is big news for us to tell the world about our first investment. So I'm really happy and proud to be on these teams. Regarding the turbulence that we have going on, I think, of course, there are always better days ahead, but in these turbulent times, we have so much innovation going on. Innovation is really booming while we have these turbulent times. So while we're working on it, we need to, nurture the founders, nurture the startups, and support them as well as we can until better days come again. So I really truly believe that we have a booming innovation ecosystem in the Nordics, and I'm really happy to be a part of it. So that is me.
Thank you so much, Raga. Before we jump into the VC side, I have a quick question here. Let's see if you can unshare your screen to both you and Andreas, because your initiatives are relatively recent and the turbulence is also recent. How do you see this? Like you, for example, have recently gone in with 4 investments, Raga, on your side, and Andreas, you have built this super community around trust. How is the market right now on the angel side right now? The deeper questions I can take later once we have done the next presentations. So is it generally positive at the cost angels come in earlier?
Yeah. No.
Sorry.
So my personal opinion is that as an angel, everyone's working as an angel doesn't have to do that. You know, they probably made some money or have some money, and they think it's great to give back and, you know, help out and being a part of creating new venues. So in terms of that, even 2 years ago and 3 years ago, when everyone says it was easy getting money or capital, usually most of the angels you talk to is like, no, I'm not doing anymore. I've done so much. I'm all done. I'm fully invested, etc. But when the right thing approaches them, they usually can change that mindset in an instant, right? It's the same today, because everyone is like, yeah, I have so much things to do. I have to save all my companies, bring in more capital to them. But there are super many people who has a lot of capital they want to invest. But it's seldom that you see a person is like, hey, I'm open to doing a lot of deals. No one usually says that, because everyone will attack them, right? So they're always hard to get, but they trust their friends. They trust their deal flow they get, the tier one deal flow they get from their tier one friends, if you can call them so, like super entrepreneurs or other angels or great investors. So we're not an angel club. We're a facilitator for angel clubs. I really want to make that. So a lot of people come to me and say, like, I want to pitch for the Nordic Angels community. We're not. That's not what we do. But you can invite your angel in your cap table to become a member by downloading the app, for example, and then they share your deal flow. Then you will get the effect that you want. Because if you go to a marketplace and share deal flow and, you know, like spamming people, that people sometimes feel with new deals, they don't have time to go through that. But if you have an angel close to you, they can share a deal flow. It's better if you start a restaurant, it's better to the client saying that the restaurant is good instead of you as the chef saying that it's good. So in order to get the effect that everyone wants, probably in this community that we are in now, is that, you know, we want to help each other, but why do something totally different? I mean, just look at the psychology and how it works. And we built that of how it actually works and how people want it to work. Not to get too serious.
Got it. Yeah, Raga.
Yeah, I think you know, the money is out there, and you know, it's not about, you know, angel investors. You know, some of them are keeping their money safe and not doing these angel investments these days. But there are still a lot of people that really love everything that has to do with innovation and want to see founders really kick through and do well. So I think we should mostly be focusing on these kinds of people right now, the people that really believe in innovation, know that in turbulent times innovation is booming, and we have this chat GPT and everything going on. You know, there's so much innovation out there, and people that are interested in these things, these are the angel investors that we should be focusing on as founders. Both us in Nordic Ignite, but also the startups out there.
Thank you so much, Raga. We have a few questions. We'll park them for now, but let's go to the VC side. Arne, if we can start with you, a quick capture of what Alliance VC is doing, and then Max, and then we can try to blend in the questions we are receiving on Angel side and see if they are relevant for you as well. So over to you.
All right, thanks for having me. Right, I'll try to be quick. So Alliance VC, we're early stage Nordic VC firm with a Norwegian heritage, but now offices in Oslo, Stockholm, and Helsinki. We invest in tech in the digital sense and typically lead or co-lead seed rounds. And we back founders looking to build big global winners and solving real problems. The name Alliance sort of refers to the fact that we want to build strong relationships with others in that process. This is our team. Alliance is very much a partner-driven firm, and the 5 partners are the ones you see on top there. Bente, Johan, and myself have a long track record as venture investors. Anders and Henrik, and we're based in Oslo. Anders and Henrik based in Stockholm, and have recent and solid experience as both founders and operators, as well as angel investors. And none of the partners are sort of single business cycle creatures. So we've been through both ups and downs, and we all have our own domain speciality. So mine is market expansion and international deal syndication. And we believe this mix of senior people, of operators and investors is an attractive value proposition to startups. You can see that it's kind of like an inverse pyramid, but we have some younger and very talented people supporting us as well. You can see our portfolio here. This is an awesome portfolio that we're very proud of. Probably a little bit under-communicated, most likely because it's relatively fewer consumer cases in here, and the most mature assets are either Norwegian or US focused. But we'll take under-communicated and overperforming any day, to be honest. Of course, I'm very happy to have the ARC logo here and also to share the stage with Axel today. And you can also see this sort of bucketed in the themes that we have invested in and that we continue to be interested in. So as VCs, we understand that the power law and that our returns are driven by the best companies. And we're therefore also naturally very focused on being attractive to the best founders. We're not a full stack VC. We're rather dedicated to sort of the founder-partner relationship and the VC craft, not the platform. And we believe in that context, sort of in early stage, it's critical to be local with senior people, and sort of meeting partners, decision makers in the first meeting, and throughout the life cycle of building the company all the way to exit. So we don't change who works with the founders and the companies along the way. We also think that being low friction is important, and low friction to us is being transparent, and it's about being reasonably quick and working sort of on very standard terms and documents. And we think that adding that real world experience operationally or in terms of investment to the table is kind of where we want to contribute. Yeah, so that's kind of like that. I mentioned that a few times. That partner relationship is like foundational, and also the fact that we have then external networks that we want to plug in rather than having them in-house, and that's kind of like where we're building from. And our principle is sort of add value or get out of the way and let founders do their job. And as VCs, we're sort of we're active investors like most, which means that we go on boards. But rather we aim to be proactive, and oftentimes the higher cycle and feedback or sort of contribution happens in smaller working groups around strategic themes or in one-to-one conversations with founders or team members. So we want to be a trusted peer. We want to connect with the right resources externally. And quite frankly, we think that, building the team is the central idea here, and over time making ourselves and our contribution irrelevant. That means that probably it's a really successful company. So that's our thinking around it. And in terms of what we do, we think that our main contribution is in terms of getting access, and that could be talent, customers, partners, advisors, or other investors in building syndicates for new rounds. And it's bringing the experience to the table in terms of strategic discussions, operational discussions. How do we expand to new markets? How do we raise the new round, or so forth? And then also in having that trusted relationship, being a sounding board at hard times. That's us. That's what we try to do, and we hope that will be very successful for both us and our founders.
Thank you, Arne. We move to Max. We can have a quick capture on Snow Ventures, and then we can kind of have a quick capture of the angel questions, and then we move to Axel. We have that 10 minutes kind of lag in the system. So we'll see. That's just for the audience as well. So Max, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thanks. I will share my screen in a second. Yeah. So my name's, as I said before, Max Samuel. I'm a partner at Snow Ventures. I'm based here in Stavanger, Norway. The rest of the team is based in Oslo. So we are a Norway-based early stage VC fund investing in high growth Nordic tech companies with the potential to disrupt, create, or capture large markets through transformative tech. We're roughly $150 million in AUM, backed by some of the sort of world's premier tech investors and entrepreneurs, including, I'll leave it at that. And a big focus for us, and one thing that Andreas said that really resonated is uniting the Nordics. So we also find that it's relatively fragmented across ecosystems, and so we do a lot to pull those ecosystems together, and also connecting the Nordics to the rest of the world is a big focus for us, and that means primarily throughout Europe and also into the US, given our backgrounds and networks. And so this is the team. It's 5 of us, 4 on the investment team, and then our CFO. Like I said, everybody else is based in Oslo, and I'm based here in Stavanger, Norway. And we have a pretty diverse background across founders and entrepreneurs, and then my background is more on the legal and finance side. And so we sort of support our companies that we invest in various ways, given our backgrounds and sort of strengths. Our focus is across all sectors of digital tech. So we're sort of agnostic in terms of theme and sector within digital technology, although there are some sectors here or subsectors that we've tended to focus on in the past, and also envision focusing on going forward. And I guess that's somewhat reflected in the portfolio as well. In terms of stage, we're early stage. We focus on seed, but have the flexibility to go into pre-seed and also Series A. The geography focus is in the Nordics, which is actually somewhat flexible. So it's, as long as there's a significant association with the Nordic region, then it's fair game. In terms of our portfolio, we're targeting 20 to 25 companies, initial check size between $500,000 and $4 million. And this is the portfolio to reflect sort of the diversity of sector or business type that we're focused on. And so you've got fintech, gaming, B2B SaaS, AI, so a good mix, crypto. And then these are some of the co-investors that we've invested alongside, and that's a large theme for us as well. And so operationally, the way we look at our activity and our operations is we have a deep local presence here in the Nordics, and that goes to the other folks on the team who have been here for a lot longer than I have, but a good active relationship to the ecosystem. We then really seek to invest with strong international investors to bring in international partners alongside of us. We have a strong network, international network, to help with growth, global growth, and funding, and also guidance from sort of a variety of different sources. And we think that really helps bring good value to the founders that we work with and potentially partner with. And operationally, here's some ways that we like to dig in with the teams that we invest in. And so that's leveraging the founder experience that Magne and Theodor have, who co-founded SNÖ. It's management advice. Part of the team has experience managing large international teams. My background is as a lawyer in Silicon Valley, so try to be pretty hands-on with the companies that we invested in terms of, especially at the very early stage, thinking about structuring and building an organization for global potential, international scaling, fundraising, and just day-to-day operational support across recruiting, scaling, marketing, et cetera. So we want to be as active as is helpful without overstepping in any way. So that's us.
Thank you so much, Max. Just a quick announcement to the panelists for the next panel, and the audience will be doing that at 12:15 Swedish time. Axel, we move to you, and then we move to a quick Q&A for 10 to 12 minutes. Thank you, Max. That was very interesting way of seeing the portfolio with co-investors. Yeah, Y Combinator, I saw it 3 times. Yes, Axel.
Thank you. Let's see if we can run in a little bit of time. Not starting great though, because I'm at the wrong slide. There we go. So I'm Axel, one of the founders and COO at Arc Capital. So a lot of this ecosystem and what you've been hearing now is focused around equity investments, right? So VC, angels. That's a fantastic way of scaling companies. But we believe that debt is the perfect way to contemplate that. And that's due to a number of reasons. First, debt allows for a lot of different ways of scaling a company. You don't have to go into hypergrowth and at all stages show that you can sort of grow valuations 100x. It's also a lot cheaper equity, reducing dilution, but also allowing companies different parts of their business. So we believe that could be a really good complement to venture capital and equity. But for that to be true, it's not really enough with these sort of very short-term loans that we see in revenue-based finance. And the other venture of debt, sort of venture debt, is very reliant on a company's ability to raise equity. So we believe that's not enough for it to really be transformational. That's why we at ARC are committed to building the next asset class within that and making it really relevant. And to do that, you have to have big loans. They have to be sort of size-wise the same type of tickets that a VC would write. So at ARC, we do loans from quite small tickets up to 10 million euros. They also have to be long in term because there's no startup that is big. Very few exciting startups are building businesses that could repay a loan within 1 or 2 or 3 years. So our loans are up to 7 years long, giving companies enough time to focus on growth, development, sales, to then turn into profitability within 7 years. And that's why we also don't think it makes sense to start repaying a loan early. And with that, we believe that loans and equity together are really the right way to support a company throughout the J curve and all the sort of kinks and nicks of their growth journey. And we believe we do a lot of loans to companies that are bootstrapped, that have never raised equity. We do it to companies that have raised their last equity round and are now focusing on a path to profitability. And we also think it's a really interesting way for companies to sort of rest and focus on fundamentals before going back into equity mode. So that's a lot of the flexibility that we'd like to add to the ecosystem. Now, doing these type of sort of very long-term large loans to companies that are not profitable is very, very hard. And doing it the sort of traditional lending way would be downright stupid. We hope we're not stupid, but that we instead have an intelligence advantage. And that's a system that I think someone was kind enough to refer to already, that we call AIM. So what we do is we connect to all and any raw data that a company would have. So not just accounting systems, but actual revenue sources, Google, Facebook accounts for marketing, engagement data. And we then use that to build out the same type of very deep fundamental analytics that a sort of top tier scale up or VC firm would do. And we use that to underpin our lending, looking at things like LTV to CAC, churn profiles, and so forth. And since the end of last year, we also give this out for free to the community to democratize access to sort of data and the learnings thereof. And with that, I think we can really become the perfect way to build out ecosystem next to equity. And yeah, don't hesitate to reach out either on LinkedIn or email. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you, Axel. I have a follow-up question here directly, which is that at the stage when you are ready to take in startups, do they initiate it with you, or do they initiate it with the VC, or how do they form this joint combination where you become a complement?
Great question. I think up until this point, we've had a lot, probably most of our business come as intros from VCs, not necessarily in connection to rounds, but it's a great way for us to scale because most VCs know, 40 to 100 companies at least. Increasingly, we're seeing companies reach out directly. It's all, our loans are always in connection with the company. And then I think the next stage is, now that we're seeing sort of more and more companies connected to the AIM platform, that's also a natural next step, that they connect for the insights and then they request loans through the platform.
Thank you. And I think I'll spin one of the questions I raised partially with Andreas and Raga earlier on, but now we have had presentations from VCs and from you. What's the general appetite right now on the investor side or the giver side when it comes to this, to startups? Is it a great time for startups to still build on ventures, or should they hold off on their thoughts? Should they focus more on operations? So what's the appetite on the investor side? We can take both the angel and the VC perspective, and yours, Axel, over here. Anybody can just start.
All right, so I'll jump in. So it depends on how you look at it. So we're sort of unwavering technology optimists, and we see that technology is changing the world more than ever and faster than ever. And so the potential is awesome, right? And if you build the right thing, you'll do super well. So the long view is super. The question is, how do you navigate the short term? Speaking for ourselves, we'll continue to deploy this year, make new investments. We had a new announced yesterday. We'll have a new one announced tomorrow, and we will continue through this. But the market is slower. And investors, so there's no, statistics don't lie and they lag. So the market is slower. And I think, investors navigate it somewhat differently in this market. They look differently at financial risk, and that translates into how long runways do we plan for? Is the next funding round fundamentally risky? What is consumer demand? These kinds of things. And there are also second order effects in that investors have to maybe reserve money for their own portfolios and so forth. And so there's sort of both first order effects and second order effects that make the companies, it makes it harder to raise in the short term. And then it's asymmetrical, right? The best companies will raise in any market. And the further away from the head of that curve you are, the harder that market is, and the more sort of scrutiny there is in all dimensions. And I think that's sort of the truth of the market, right? But there are definitely dark clouds in the short term, and it's about navigating that weather.
Do you see it similarly, Max, at Snow Ventures?
Yeah, I think Arne frames the problem and the outlook really well. I think what I'd add is I think that the Zoom era brought on a new wave of and sort of the die was cast in some senses in terms of international investors focusing on the Nordics and being open to investing in the Nordics. There were, I think, a lot of funds that were, and that's persisted, right? And so that volume and that appetite is still here. There were a lot of funds that were interested in the Nordics because you read headlines around, highest percentage of unicorns per capita, that sort of thing, but they hadn't actually made investments here because they didn't have people on the ground. They hadn't met companies. They hadn't made trips here. But now the investor mindset has shifted through this Zoom era, and people have spent that time getting to know founders, building relationships in the ecosystems. And so even as we shift more back to a kind of in-person environment, those relationships have persisted. So now I think you have a larger group of international investors also who are active in the region, which increases volume, increases appetite, and so contributes to a really good funding market for startups.
Sorry.
How is it looking in terms of debt side that you are bringing in? How do you see it from your lens?
Yeah, I mean, I think we look at it very much at the same lens as the rest of the group, which is, I mean, and I think in a way the debt and equity markets have merged. When we started building our company, you still saw sort of 80% of companies targeting growth at all costs. And it was essentially, that was the hurdle to get to the next funding stage. I think investors across stages are looking for more fundamentals now, that you can show that you can actually at some point sell your product profitably, which is what we are looking for as well. So I think that becomes a lot more relevant with this funding segment. And then I think obviously it is more challenging to get funding of any type now, but that also entails fantastic opportunities. I mean, a lot of the best talent in startups has been tied up in option programs for now quite large scale-ups. A lot of that talent is now free, which is great for company builders.
Okay, very interesting point. And while we are on the point of metrics and more control, Jacob here has a question. What KPI has changed looking at investments now compared to 12 months ago regarding you are more focused on the cost side or the revenue side? Yeah, so that's an interesting question. Like when you're assessing startups in the pitches that they're making, and that's the question to the panel, are you focusing on how well they are managing their costs or how well they're bringing new revenue? So that I think it's two sides.
So I can answer, our view. I think our fundamentals have not changed that much, but we are concerned about the market around having a different view. And I think the one dimension that has changed the most is efficiency. And that is just to be fundable in a follow around from a larger firm. So people talk about profitability and these sorts of things, and that's the wrong lens, in my view, to look at early stage companies, because I mean, you can't grow 30% from nothing and think that you'll build a great company. You still have to grow. You just have to grow efficiently. And so I think that we've always thought about that. We've probably also been impacted by the thinking in the market on this to some degree or another. But the Nordic market has not been the most fundamentally inefficient in the first instance. But we know that the scrutiny is much higher there at the next round of funding. But that doesn't mean that you can't grow.
Okay. Thank you so much. We also had a question. If we take, let's say, I'm just trying to pick really, really selective questions here. We have a question also on the diversity of the angel community. So maybe that's something for Raga and Andreas, you can shed some light on how diverse is the Nordic angel community generally from the way you see it.
Okay, if I start, I think, both women and founders don't look at women as angel investors. They don't connect to the idea. And I think that when you start to talk to women about angel investment, they are interested, especially those that are interested in innovation as a whole. But I was amazed how easy it was to get 30 plus women on board at Nordic Ignite, because I was typically talking to CEOs and managers that I knew had interest in the innovation field, and when we asked them to come along and take part, they said, of course I will be taking part. Nobody ever shows me anything like this. So women are not considered being investors everywhere in the world, but they have interest in it, but it's a kind of a strange mix. So my advice to the women out there and my advice to the founders out there is just ask, if you're an angel investor, just tell the world that you are an angel investor and you want to try it out. And if you're a founder, just ask the women, try it out. It's either a yes or a no.
Okay. Thank you.
My two cents is that we see a lot of amazing initiatives regarding female investor and angels coming up from everywhere. So you have women in business who's an angel club playing tennis together and invest together. You see a lot of great initiative coming from Denmark. So, I mean, there's so, and I believe that there's so many companies that want female investors and angels, right? And I think that one way of how we actually contributed to that is that actually, because all the board members, the board seats that I had, is that everyone thinks it's too many men. We want more women, but how do we find the right person, the right competence? So actually, one of our matching tools actually provides that and actually help more female, and a lot of female friends of mine wants to get in this game. They want to contribute, and I see a lot of great initiatives coming right now.
Thank you so much, everyone on the panel. We'll wrap it up. My suggestion over here would be that to the amazing panelists here, that maybe stick around for 10-15 minutes if you have time. There are a lot of questions coming on chat, and maybe respond them on the chat or directly to the audience member who has linked that question. And we move to the next panel. So a big thank you from Startup Grind that you guys could make it. We now move to our next segment, and Kelvin, you're welcome to join in, and I'll bring in our amazing speakers for our next segment on stage.
Yes, thank you, Rameau. I would help to facilitate that since we are running a little bit late. So. All right, while our next speakers are joining, terribly sorry for the delay. We are, I think, 17 minutes behind schedule. We really want to apologize for that. I think in the beginning, we had a bit of an issue that took some time, but we'll be starting the next session in a sec once we have all the panelists on stage. Okay, here we go. They are joining in one by one. Awesome. Hi, Nia. Hi, Timo. Hi, Enrique. Good to see you all. We are missing Josephine.
Yeah, I'm just can't find Josephine.
I think I just found her. She's hiding somewhere in the audience. Here we go.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Awesome. Thank you, Rameau. And yeah, thank you all for joining us for this panel today. Since we are already behind time, I'll just quickly head right into the topic of today. Just to give the audience a background on who you are, I will just give you just a minute each to just quickly share about who you are and what you do for your organization. Just bear in mind that we'll have another round where you can go in details and explain what your organization does. So here is just to familiarize the audience with your faces. Who are you and what do you do for your company? We can go from Nia, maybe.
Sure. Thank you, Kelvin, for having us. My name is Nia Harjanne. I am the CEO of QS, Finland's leading startup accelerator. That would be the shortest possible way to introduce myself.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That was really short. Okay, let's head over to Timo.
Hi all. My name is Teemu, City of Helsinki, startup soft landing lead.
Beautiful. I like the snow behind your back. Your background looks incredible.
Yeah, I noticed that somebody was complaining about that everyone has northern lights behind them, so I chose something else.
Awesome. Good representation. All right, let's move over to Enrique.
Hey everybody, Enrique here, CEO of Nordic Startup Ventures. We focus on improving startup ecosystems in Finland and in abroad also.
Nice. Thanks for joining us, Enrique. And finally, can we have Josephine?
Hi, thank you. So, hi all, I'm Josephine. I'm from Maria 01, the leading startup campus in the Nordics.
Beautiful. Okay, now we have the introduction out of the way. Just once again, thank you all for joining today to share a bit of an insight in what your organization does and also help us look at what kind of support you provide to startups in the Nordics. I believe that in our audience, we have a lot of startups who are already based in the Nordics or who are even thinking to move their startups to the Nordics. So it would be nice for them to understand, what kind of support is available out there. How does your organization help and support them to get access to some of these resources? And more importantly, during this time of financial crisis and turbulence, what extracting your organization doing to actually help the startups to scale, to excel, and also to succeed? So with that being said, we will just do like a quick round of intro of what your company does and how you're supporting startups. Then we can move over to the panel discussion. I have a couple of questions already planned, but for the audience, feel free to drop in your questions while the speakers are doing their intro, and I will try to take those before the end of the session. All right, we can still go with the same flow. Nia, you can start if that's okay, or if you want us to teach around, that's also fine.
All right, of course. I'll be quick, so I won't be sharing any slides here. But how do we help startups here in the Nordics? There are two ways. One, we run an accelerator program twice a year where we take 20 startups for 10 weeks and we help them in every way we can to take their next steps on their startup journey. How we do that is we match them together during the 10 weeks with our coach pool of about 150 individuals consisting of top of the line VCs, angel investors, serial entrepreneurs, industry experts, and they come in and give their time pro bono to the startups that are within our programs. We've helped over 300 startups over the years who have then gone on to raise over 300 million euros after joining our programs. Actually, last year alone, 10% of all funding raised in Finland came to our collective coach pool. So that's a pretty concrete way of helping the ecosystem here. Another thing I'd really love to mention is that we host a free and open for all platform for finding your co-founder. It's called QS Co-founder. So you as an individual looking for a project, you can sign up there and scroll it through like a candy shop of all the interesting ideas you could join. Or if you have a project already going on, you can post it there on the platform and find the right people with the talent. But that's the two most concrete ways that we help the startups here in the ecosystem.
Awesome, beautiful. Thanks for sharing that. Do you want to share your screen and go in details on what QS does before we move on to the next speaker?
That was a pretty good cover up on all the things we do. So we run accelerator programs and we run the platform. So I think I'm good with that.
Awesome. All right. Thanks for sharing that. Let's hear from you, Josephine. You have a right? You can easily share your screen and let us know how does Maria 01 support startups in the Nordics and what exactly do you do over there?
Great. So just a few slides here. So as mentioned, we are the leading startup campus in the Nordics, and we have an ambitious vision of being the best environment and community for startups to grow. And then also be making sure that the world changing companies are being built in Helsinki. I'm not going to go in the history of Maria 01, but it used to be a hospital, now it's a startup campus. That's that in a nutshell. But what we actually do to help our startups is we are a platform for growth. So we offer them co-working areas or private offices, but also in addition, access to capital, talent, network, and ambitiously saying that we also offer them access to employment well-being. This meaning if a startup is based at our campus, they're more than welcome to offer our services for their employers as employees, meaning using the sauna service, other exercise services we might have on site. Expertise on demand stands for us having a group of experts on site or just easily reachable, meaning legal services, anything a startup might need in their early stages. So we are not an accelerator program as Kiwas is per se. So as I mentioned, we act more as a platform. So we have accelerator programs on the campus. We have VCs on the campus. We have startup event organizers on the campus. So we bring all of these ecosystem players together to make it more easier to collaborate and come together. So I think those are the main things, is that once a startup becomes a member and starts working from the campus, they have easy access to basically everything they might need. So you have the expertise, you have the VCs in the house, you've got excellent premises, we have delegations and other important people coming in on a weekly basis, so you get exposure to international news media and other, basically anything. That's us in a nutshell. So what we can help to offer is just being the best environment to grow.
Awesome. I love that. So basically, Maria's helps startups to from A to Z, wherever you are as a startup, from point A to point Z, whatever you need in terms of resources, you should be able to get help. So feel free to reach out to Josephine if you want to hear a little bit more about the services they offer and how they directly support startups. Okay, now let's move over to Enrique. Josephine, Enrique, you want to share your screen and do a quick presentation, yeah?
I think I'll do like Nea and just like sprint through.
You all are doing freestyle now, huh?
Yes. She started the trend, so I'm continuing it. So yeah, basically what we do, how we help startups here, we tend to help the startups that are a bit further down the road. So meaning that they already have some clients, but they haven't found the spot yet. So they might be having 3-4 clients, making some money. Maybe they're able to pay 1 or 2 people in the staff, but there's something there, right? There's something with the product market fit there. And that's mostly where we come in. That's the right teams that we want. So we help them, first of all, figuring out the product market fit, which is a very hard thing to do. Second thing, we help them closing funding rounds. Third thing we do is internationalization, because it's very hard for Finnish startups to go international. We try to put all that in one package and help them out. Then the other thing we do is at the same time, we do programs outside of Finland and trying to bring the best possible startups to Finland and get them to relocate here instead of them relocating to Estonia, for example, which is also pretty attractive stuff. But I try to convince them to come to Helsinki instead. And that's it. That was quick.
Awesome. Thank you for that intro, Enrique. That was quite quick. All right, we can move over to Temo. You probably have a slide to share. So feel free to.
Thanks, Kelvin. Yeah, I have a couple of slides. Are you able to see it?
Yes, it's still loading. Yes, now I can see clearly. You have the floor.
Great. So welcome to the happiest capital in the world and how we are supporting your growth. So my name is Teemu and I'm from Business Helsinki as part of City of Helsinki. So we are helping all kinds of entrepreneurs to grow. And my responsibility is international startup soft landing services, meaning growth companies locating to Helsinki. Let me see how this. Yep. So what we provide is business advisory services, which means various events, how to start a company, business plan training, mentoring, and then connection to networks, ecosystem services, as already presented by, for example, Maria 01 and Kiwas. So we are like the starting point, and then we are able to address you to the right places. Also quite a nice tool also used in other Nordic cities is a so-called deal room. And I think this or hope this presentation will be shared with you, so then you can click on and then you are able to see all our startups, investors, and so forth in same place. We have also our own incubators. I mean that our city is supporting incubators that we see that are very beneficial for all the city citizens, and these are Health Incubator and Helsinki Education Hub and EdTech Incubator. We also run Nyko Accelerator, but the name might be a little bit misleading because we are not running a fund by ourselves. It's more like a longer-term mentoring service. And then we are also able to connect you with, for example, with Kiwas or many other relevant accelerators based on your specific startup. Then a couple of words about soft landing services. Shortly, we help experienced growth entrepreneurs bring their business to Finland and grow fast. What is the most important service that we provide here is the personal advice. So whatever is your situation, so we are taking you from there and making the clear steps forward. Of course, there are these all things like events and trainings and so forth, but I would say that this is our unfair competitive advantage here in Helsinki, that we are really taking care of you. As somebody was posting on LinkedIn yesterday, that how it can be like that we are 6th year in a row the happiest country in the world, and they were wondering that perhaps one of the reasons are that what I told to that German delegation, that as I mentioned, that we are not a country. We are a club, but inclusive club. So it's very easy to plug into, and then you also feel to be part of this, our community. Here are a couple of links just to visit our website, and then the email address that you can reach out to my team as a starting point, and please be in contact, and then we can take you from there. That was shortly about City of Helsinki startup services.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Timo, for that presentation. I mean, it gives a lot of idea or in-depth idea around what you do and what the City of Helsinki does to support startups. And I like the concept of Finland being a club and not a country. That's quite interesting, and it's very inclusive. I mean, I'm a testimony to that. So I really love the vibe and the kind of support like startups would like receive here. I know that some of this support and resources are not so public. So most times people don't really understand what kind of help they can get building their startups in Finland, which is also one of the reasons why we're running this panel, to shed a little bit of light on what is needed for the startups, you know, for the ones that are already here in Finland or in the Nordics, right? What kind of help or support or resources are out there? And for those of them that are still abroad and hoping to move their company to Finland, for example, what should they be expecting? Before we move on to the questions for the panel, I feel that Timo and Josephine did a little bit more justice in going in details about their company. That's why we have some questions on the chat asking, you know, what does Nordic Startup Ventures and Kiwas do? So I'm gonna just throw it up to Nia and Enrique to just quickly dive a little bit in depth into your program, right? Just give us an idea. What's it all about? What kind of startups are you looking to engage? What's the timeline? Is the program currently running, and how can like startups get to learn more? Basically, just a rundown to help everyone be on the same page. So it's not like these two others gave more insight as compared to what you did. So we could start with Nia, maybe.
Yes, please do excuse me. I think my connection is a bit choppy, but I hope that I heard you correctly in describing our programs and what kind of startups we work with and how can we actually help them. Starting with what kind of startups do we accept into our programs? It's an unfortunately vague answer from my side. So as the program that we run, with the help of our coach pool that I previously mentioned, we are able to customize the content quite a bit. So each startup that comes in, we can actually hand select the mentors they work with, hand select the sessions that we think would most benefit this team. So we can create the program journey for each startup to reflect the situation that they're currently in. So that means that we can actually take companies from, let's say you have a great team, but just an idea, come on in, we can help you. Or then on the other side, we have companies who already have revenue in the hundreds of thousands. Maybe they have some angel investors on board, and their next steps would be to raise a bigger round of funding or go abroad. With the help of our mentor pool, we're able to customize the journey for both of these startups so that they both fit in the same batch. So that would be with the stage. When it comes to the industry, we mostly work with software startups. Every now and then we get a hardware startup as well, but most likely we're just looking for solutions that have the potential to make the world a bit better, are looking to grow globally and have a great team behind them. Those are pretty much the criteria that we have. As I mentioned previously, the program itself, it runs for 10 weeks. During that program, the content of it is a whole lot of one-on-one mentoring, some workshops, a lot of peer-to-peer support from both the founders in the batch, as well as our huge pool of 500 alumni founders who have gone through the program, who are actively participating in helping the founders. And that's the mix. And as I mentioned, out of these components, we tailor the experience to each startup. So if you need more one-on-one mentoring, that's what we'll arrange. If it seems that we have a few founders who need more workshops, that's what we'll arrange. So pretty much our focus is on helping you where you need to move the needle.
Awesome. I think that was a little bit more in depth because I've been through QS, so I felt that the audience didn't really understand what the program is and how it works. But yeah, thanks for doing justice to that. Enrique, did you want to give a little bit more insight into Nordic startup?
You're forcing me to pull out a presentation now, so I'm gonna have to do that. Hold on. I think this is it. Yeah. So let's see if I can present.
Yep. Now I can see the screen.
You can see it now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So just quickly, our services, this is what we do, right? So this is the main thing that what we're known for, the Nordic Startup School. And this is what I told you is a 3-month program, mainly for startups and focuses on customer experimentation. Well, we have mainly the 3 components, the mentoring, we have one-on-ones with the best mentors that we can leverage. We also have lead mentoring on top of that. So there's a mentor that is there with you all the time and suggesting us that we bring the right mentors to that team. So we have another perspective on who we're bringing. We have these master classes, which you could say they are more like workshops. So we bring industry experts and then there's a Q&A at the end of each session. And then the main thing is the bootcamps. That is like 1 day full on thinking and being creative and coming up with new ideas. Is very hard on the mind. Then the second day is very all about mentoring. So for founders, I think this is very tiring, these weekend bootcamps that we do, but they get a lot of insights out of it. Then let's see next. Yeah, this is the Growth Academy. This is the one, sorry, where I went one. There we go. So Growth Academy is the one that we do for fundraising on the startups or introduction to pilot customers in other countries. The 3 main things that we do, this is for a slightly more developed companies, and we do an initial assessment with them. So we do a workshop with them. What's up? What do you need? What challenges do you have? Then we have the heavy mentoring. We assign between 1 to 3 mentors, and they're there between the project takes between 9 to 12 months. So all those mentors will be there with them all the time and meeting them. And then last but not least, there's the board composition part that many times in order to go to a certain market, or in order to raise funding, they need certain people in the board. And these companies tend to have a bit messy cap table. So we try to help them with that and also bring people from our mentor pool that are interested in being in the board, and hopefully they can both work there. Then let's see if it moves. Yeah. This is the Hive Mind. This is something that we have for cities normally, and this is on-demand mentors. So we loan mentors to a specific city or ecosystem, and then we have the startups there that they can get mentoring from us, basically. This is our low-key entry level to our services, but this is what we offer. Then not this one. Let's go. Yeah, this is some data here of what we have real quick. Especially this one, I guess, is the most important, that most of our startups raise capital after they've been through the program. This is some of our mentors that we have. Again, we work internationally. So for example, we have Juha that has a big startup in Berlin, or Maria that is basically the head of business development and at Startup Wise Guys. So we work as close as possible with other players in other countries and give deal flow to each other. And these are some people we work with, entities and startups, and some testimonials. And of course, if you have something more specific, Kelvin, that you want to know, or from the public, then more than happy to answer.
Great. Now I feel you've done justice to Nordic Startup Ventures, because of course, being a partner and a lead mentor, I felt like, there's a lot more the startups could learn and understand how Nordic Startup Venture works. So hence me throwing out the question for you to go a little bit in details. But yeah, I think we've been able to clear that up. There are a lot of questions coming in already from the chat. And the aim of this event is to make sure that the audience is happy in terms of getting their questions, answers, understanding why they came for this event. So I'm going to put a pause on the questions I have on my own and just try to respond as much of this we have from the audience. So we have a question from Medha, hope I pronounced that correctly, is with regards to incorporation. So this question, maybe Temo could take it first, and then Nia and Enrica and Josephine can answer based on your different companies. So when is it a good time to incorporate? That's one. And how long can a startup go without incorporating in terms of working with your program and services? So first, do you even work with startups that have not been incorporated yet? And when is the ideal time you advise them to incorporate? And then what are the benefits of them incorporating at an early stage?
Very good question. Thank you so much. So yeah, we are working with the companies or the teams who have not incorporated yet. And in a matter of fact, my main answer is that plan everything as well as you can, although the journey will be very, very difficult to forecast it in very detailed manner beforehand. But I mean that for sure, don't establish your company before you are really sure what you are going to do. And here in Helsinki and in Finland, we for example, we provide so-called startup grant support, which you need to apply before establishing the company. So there are certain steps that you need to take in right order, and that's why we exist. And all our services are free of charge. I think this should not be the starting point, but our city is providing these services in order we are getting you here, and in order that we are able to make you grow fast, global wide, jumping from Helsinki. So that's the idea, that we are then getting our investments back later on when you will be a big success.
Awesome. Thank you, Timo. Nia, how about QS? Do you only work with incorporated company, or can they just come with a rough idea and get into the accelerator program? How does it work?
That's a great question. You don't have to be incorporated to join the program. You do need to be incorporated when you leave the program. So the GWAS Accelerator, we take 1% of equity from all the participants. And in order for you to do that, you need to incorporate. In general, I'd say that incorporate when you have to incorporate. So if you're not making any revenue, you don't need a bank account, no need to worry about that. So one of our favorite sayings here at GWAS is you'll cross that bridge when you get there. So if you see that you're going to get a lot of money coming in, then you need to incorporate, then you do that. But I wouldn't worry about it when it isn't actually an issue yet. But yeah, that's on the side of GWAS.
Awesome. Thanks. How about Maria 01? Do you work with already established companies, and how do they benefit from some of the services that you just highlighted?
Yes, great question. So to become a member, you have to have a business identity. So we have some criteria startups need to meet so that they can become a member. So in addition to having a business ID or whatnot, you need to, like, the other criteria are having a scalable business model, product at least on MVP stage, some external funding or solid self-funding, and then we look at the team as well. So based on those criteria, you need to be incorporated at the stage already to join Maria 01. We mainly have early stage startups, but still, I'd say that to become a member, you have to be incorporated. So it's not for idea stage. Or an accelerator in that sense. So we can't help with that if you don't have the business sorted.
Awesome. Thanks for the insights. Enrique, what about Nordic Startup Ventures? Do you work with companies that basically have an idea all over the world and they can join, or do they have to be incorporated outside of Finland or inside of Finland? How does that work? Can't hear you, sorry. Nope, still can't hear you. Nope.
Can you hear me?
Okay, now, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Like, sorry, I just had to switch the room because there was a reservation in that room. I was there.
All right.
Apparently taking that guy's reservation. So yeah, just to summarize, we normally need the company to be incorporated because we can offer maybe mentoring if they're in an idea stage, but most of the other services we require contracts, and if you're not incorporated, we cannot do contracts basically.
Awesome. All right, thanks for that. Moving on to the next question we have. I'm gonna be merging a couple of these questions into one because I see a lot of questions around grants, funding, registering in another country, and all that. So my question would be, what are other available financial instruments that Finland provide to startups who are incorporated here? So I know there's the angel fund and then there's the VC fund, but apart from those, right, like what other financial instruments are available for startups looking to incorporate here? And how would like your individual organizations actually help these startups to get access to this fund? We could maybe start from Teemu, because I know Business Helsinki does a lot in helping startups get access to government public funds.
Yes, our main public funding agency is Business Finland, which is also the starting point if you are applying for startup permit. So they are giving the eligibility statement in order you will receive the startup visa. They have various instruments starting from a 60K grant called Tempo, and then they have grants and soft loans for R&D, as well as they have a specific program for which is called Young and Innovative Startups, and it's combination of 500,000 grant and 750K euros soft loan, which is quite nice. And then you, of course, you can easily double it with the private funding, and that's mostly how it is happening here in Finland. That you are getting a commitment from VC, and then you are able to get the public funding as well, which is mostly the grants. We have also other funding agencies on the public side. TESI is the major public VC fund, which is investing into funds as well as for startup companies straight. And then we have also a guarantee agency called Finnvera, Finnfund, which is funding companies operating in emerging markets and so forth. So shortly, once again, please be in contact with us, and then we can provide you more detailed information also in this regard. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Timo. Yeah, like he said, there are a lot of options. There are a lot of funding available. There are a lot of resources and information and whatnot all over internet, all over everywhere. But if you need more details on, depending on the stage of your company, depending on the kind of fund you want to raise and all that, I believe that there's a solution for you. So feel free to reach out to Timo. Feel free to check out the website and get in touch and see, what funding options is available for you, and see what it requires for you to get them. Just to throw this question on the other side, for Kiwas and Maria01 and also with Nordic Startup Ventures, do you guys work in helping startups get access to any fund at all? I mean, it doesn't just have to be the public fund, because with Timo here, I mean, it's like he has done justice to that part. But from your own perspective, right? Like how do you directly support startups to get access to funding? This time around, we can start with Enrique, if that's fine.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, great. Now the mic works finally. Good. So yes, we do help them get funding. It of course depends on what program they're applying for. If they're applying for the school, that's mostly for them trying to find more clients or a bit product market fit. If it's the Growth Academy, like I've said before, that's more focused on finding funding, both public and private. So in that sense, I would say yes, we do.
Awesome, thank you. Josephine, what about Maria01? How do you guys help startups get access to more funding?
So as mentioned earlier, especially by Teemu in greater detail, we have some experts and service providers on campus who are here to help startups to navigate through the public funding and other funding opportunities in Finland. Then in addition, we have 29 venture capital or investors in our network. So we constantly put effort in trying to make introductions between startups and these investors. So that's another key way of us providing funding opportunities for the startups. But as Maria01 itself, because we aren't the experts in navigating the funding jungle, so we've outsourced that to the partner network we have and provide that service for our startups for free.
Awesome. Thanks for giving that update. How about Kiwas? I know you work with a lot of angel investors and a couple of VCs. So how does this materialize in terms of practicalities and helping startups raise bids, pre-seed or seed round?
Yes, and in terms of private money, as you mentioned, we then have currently a large pool of then both angel investors and VCs that we connect the startups with. Kind of differing from the traditional accelerator model, which usually is that you do a program, then you have a one big demo day where you invite a lot of people to hear your pitches. Instead, what we do now is we actually dedicate the last 2 weeks of each program so that we actually hand select a marathon of investor meetings for each startup. So we actually then make relevant introductions and set up the meetings so that at the end of the program, every single startup will meet all the relevant funds and angel investors within our network. So that's one on that side. Two, we obviously then, as mentioned, we have 500 founders who have gone through the programs. A lot of them have experience in actually receiving public funding, applying for public funding. And so we actually have a very vibrant online community on our Slack, people sharing tips and tricks on this is exactly how we build our application. This is what worked. And we have a lot of people who actually then have that experience. So that's one way. Lastly, I would really love to add on the list, the best way that we help startups move forward with getting money to their bank account is that we try and help them reach revenue as fast as they can. That's what we're gearing towards. During these turbulent times, the most important thing for us is to make sure that they're building viable businesses that are able to produce revenue. And that's what we and our coach pool are doing our hardest to do. So a lot of options for startups.
Awesome. Thanks for that answer. So Teemu just messaged me that he's about to go off. Actually, technically, we have 5 minutes left as planned for this panel, but since we were a little bit behind time, I will try to make up for that a little bit, just a few minutes on that. But before Teemu leaves, I just want to ask Teemu, do you have any final words or any final thoughts you want to share with the audience before you leave us?
This has been very interesting discussion, and just seeing how many questions are coming here. So I think we should be continuing in some other forum at some point, or at least please contact me. I will send you, Kelvin, my presentation, so please share it.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time. Thanks for joining, and thanks for sharing all those important info and resources. I'll be in touch to get your presentation so we can share with the audience. All right, moving forward, I have one last question I would like to ask before I take any other one from the audience, and then we can call it a wrap. I mean, your three organizations are built around community. So you do a lot around, startup founders community, investors community, partners network and all that, which is the way you actually get to support the founders that join your program. So my question is, how do you see community helping startups, navigate through this turbulent period, the financial crisis? Like, what role do you see the communities that you have supporting or helping the startups in your portfolio or in your batch, or the new ones navigate through these tough times? We can start this one with Josephine, if that's fine.
Yes, of course. Great question, and something that really is close to our heart because we are a community first. So as mentioned, or maybe not mentioned, we currently have 1,500 members who work from the campus. So meaning that it's a big community we have there. 180 startups, 29 VCs, a handful of partners, and other ecosystem players working from the same campus under the 6 roofs we have there. So it's definitely our strength and something that really is our unique selling point as well compared to other similar, say, like co-working spaces or whatnot. It really sets us apart. Being a startup and maybe having just a few people in your team, you might be the only one working in marketing and really looking for someone to bounce ideas off perhaps. And of course, your team members are great for that, but they might not understand the nuances of marketing or something more technical if you're a web developer or CTO level or something. So it's great to find that peer-to-peer network so you can actually bounce those ideas off others who work in the same field as you do, despite the sector. So the issues might be somewhat the same, even though one might be working in a SaaS business and the other person in hardware. You might have some overlapping difficulties there you can bounce ideas off. And then obviously it's also having the people around you. So during the pandemic, we were beginning of the pandemic, obviously everyone's a bit filled with question marks, what's going to happen. Surprisingly, we actually saw an increase in member applications. So it really means that people do need that physical space and the community around them, not just working remote at home. So that's definitely a great indicator on how community really matters. And I know the other panelists also run great communities. Nea mentioned here that GWAS has a very active Slack community, which is super valuable, thinking that the stars, once they go through the program, they might be scattered around the world, but they're still connected and can share that knowledge. So it's still somewhat peer-to-peer networking. Same thing with Maria 01. So startups have 3 years to be with us once they get selected as a member. And then after that, with the current model, they're just not members anymore, but we have an alumni membership. So we can also leverage on those people and their knowledge once they leave the community officially. So have them part of the wider network. And obviously events, parties are fun. Whenever we ask what our members want, how can we help you? How can we serve you? How can we make you grow and strive? Number one answer is parties, networking. So in addition to those, we obviously have other aspects we serve as well with the community in mind, but it's a lot about having people around you and just being able to meet who you want to.
Awesome. That was very valuable. Thanks for sharing that. Enrique, what's your thoughts on community? How do you see that helping founders that you put into your program to succeed?
Well, I think to add on what Josephine said, I think it's one of the most important things when you're an entrepreneur and you're running a company, because most of the time you're going to be alone, right? And you're going to have a lot of problems and you might feel like you are the only one having those problems. But then a community really helps with that, because then you realize you can see people that either they're struggling with the same things or they have been through that already many years ago. So you can actually talk with them. And I think for all of us, big part of what we do should be community building, because it just makes work so much easier when you just can bring the startups in, but then they have a big pool of people that they have been through what they were already long time ago, and they can really help. What's boring them for 6 months, they can do it in 5 minutes. And I think that's the real value there, right? And that's, I think, why people join in this in GWAS or Nordics Adventures or in Maria 01. That's the main reason they join, because they don't want to be alone, or they don't want to go through those struggles alone, basically. They can, but it's very hard. And you need people to make things easier.
Perfect. Thanks, Enrique. Nia is already unmuted. She's like, yes, let me go for it. We have an amazing community. I want to share it with you guys right now. Let me go for it. Yeah, go for it.
You caught me. No, I was about to say that my fellow panelists have done a phenomenal job of describing all the important elements of a community. Something that I thought I'd add, one that especially comes out now during these turbulent and different times, is perspective. Having you around people who have gone through tough times before helps you understand that, this isn't the end of the world. This is how you manage yourself. This is how we make sure that you keep your company alive until the times get easier. So having that cross-generational mixing and matching between the first wave of entrepreneurs and the next one is actually a really big help in during these turbulent times. But I would have to then in general just agree that being a founder it at least feels like one of the loneliest jobs, but having the people around you makes it so much easier. And I would wholeheartedly agree that one of the biggest reasons that people find their way to GWAS, they could find all the information on, technical things of how do you build your sales funnel. They could Google that, but having those founders around you is what makes it all worthwhile. So community first on our side as well.
Beautiful. I couldn't agree more. One of my previous startups was part of GWAS, and I'm still part of the GWAS community, so I can see the beauty. When I see the engagement and stuff, I'm like, yeah, I want to be part of this for life, And then the previous startup that I worked with was in Maria 01, and I saw the whole network of community. Like, you just walk around, you find people ready to chat, bounce ideas, and help you. So literally everyone around wants to help you succeed, which is very, very beautiful. And then being a mentor and a partner at Nordic Startup Ventures, I've seen how the founders get to help themselves once you create a community and allow them to go, and also how, the partners, the mentors, and other people are actually able to contribute. So community is really key. And I see that as a way of getting through the hard time. As Nia said, I think building a startup if not the hardest thing to do on earth, is one of it. And you don't have to go through it alone, right? So reach out, get help, join an accelerator, engage with community, and just get the help that you need. Okay, I'm gonna be stopping it for now. We are 4 minutes above our own time, but of course we started a little bit late, so it's kind of balanced. I can see there are still some questions on the chat which we weren't able to go through. So for our speakers, if you just do us a favor and just stick around a bit and get to answer some of these questions on the chat. And if there are some resources that you mentioned here that you feel will be very useful for the audience, feel free to throw it on the chat. And yeah, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate your energy, giving insights on how to help startups. I believe that together, we can help as many startup founders out there as possible to build great things. So thanks for your time, and do enjoy the rest of your evening. Okay, with that being said, that brings an end to this particular panel. I'm going to bring on stage Rameau so we can move on to the next session we have on our list.
Hi, Kelvin. Great panel. So Nia, Josephine, and Enrique, really interesting insights from everyone. And I love the part on the community, which you focused in on. And also probably something which I found very interesting was the hands-on and the nearness nature of building a startup when you are in physical spaces and actually hands-on with metrics, founders, the next day's work. So I think that makes things very real. So great points over there. For everyone out here, we'll now branch into regional discussion sets. So first of all, we'll go into a quick discussion on how is it looking in Oslo. So I'll just request Martina to come in here. Hold on. So this is a switch over time. So let's see.
I'm here.
Hi, Martina. How are you? Thank you so much that you could join in today. Where are you connecting from? Yeah,
I am connecting from Oslo.
Okay.
It's a beautiful rainy Wednesday.
A beautiful rainy Wednesday. Okay, that's good to find that you're enjoying the rain. Great. We are at the tail end of the winter here in Stockholm. It's been very surprising for the last few weeks, but let's see how this goes forward. But let's jump right into our topic for today. And for our audience over here, this topic is, we thought that we will jump into the Nordic ecosystem more in detail. My colleague who runs Startup Grind in Finland, Helsinki, Kelvin, jumped into Finland and also the larger Nordic discussion. We are now jumping into Oslo as a region, and you have extensive experience in this space. So, but before we go into that, why don't you tell the audience a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, sure. So my name is Martina Malum. I am a project lead at Oslo Business Region, which I'll tell you a little bit about later. I've been there for about 5 years, almost 6 years now. Kind of stumbled into the startup world, writing my thesis in communication. I just needed experience. So I was a volunteer at a tech conference. And then I just loved it so much that I hung around the office until they hired me. So I've done a lot of different things over the past 5 years, mainly in communication, but then switching over to more project management in terms of early stage startups, and now more focused on talent attraction and retention.
Okay, that's a lot of different areas where I think it also makes it very interesting when you are eclectic, when you are kind of dabbling into different areas. Somewhere it kind of, as Steve Jobs said, you can see the dots connecting going forward. So it's really great that you have that kind of breadth of exposure into the ecosystem. But how is it there in Oslo? What are you guys focusing on going forward? How is it looking? You talked about the word talent attraction, and we would love to learn more about Oslo
in short words, it's great. We, like many other ecosystems, have been kind of like in a limbo, kind of not knowing what would happen post-pandemic, if there would be a lot of companies shutting down, if investments would dwindle. So a lot of uncertainty for a while, but like our neighbors in Finland, we've kind of seen that the ecosystem keeps growing. More companies are being created. More companies are growing into actual scale-ups, ready to expand and to go international. So there's still, you know, a little bit of uncertainty, especially in terms of investments. But overall, it's a good time to be in Oslo right now.
Okay, that's really positive to hear, because the topic of the summit is also turbulence. And when we kicked off the day, we had ecosystem, investor, and several deep investor panels, where the general picture that was emerging was very hands-on for the founders to be efficient, to still kind of, if they are in impact, blend impact in the business model, but be very near-term focused, deliver, and then build startup in a very like, it's not that big check anymore kind of a situation that you could just get that. So the situation is slightly changed in the short run. But great points that Oslo as an ecosystem is focusing on talent attraction. How is it so sitting in the ecosystem, what is the general mood that you see on the startup side, the founder side?
On the founder side, in terms of in general, or in terms
general
of
mood, what is the like, do you
no, the general mood, like I said, it's positive. We have a very strong ecosystem, so there's a lot of players ready to help with whatever the startup or the founders need. There's a huge focus on community building, so there's a lot of communities that are really strong and that are helping the companies through these times that are a bit turbulent. But we do see that, you know, investments are up here as well as in Finland and Helsinki in the past couple of years. Don't know what it's going to look like for 2023. We hope it keeps going up. But the overall mood is pretty good. I think the biggest issue right now is that in order for the founders to grow or the startups to grow, there's a severe lack of talent. There's access to skilled labor is essentially the biggest issue.
So talent is do you have, would you like to share any presentation? Otherwise, we can focus on the points that you're raising, however it goes for you.
I have a presentation, but if you just want to keep...
We can maybe go over and have a structured look at Oslo's ecosystem, maybe very quickly. Yeah.
Sure, of course.
We have that time lag bubble since the start of the summit today for 10 minutes. So it's dragging, but it'll eventually go away.
Let's see. Why can't I find the slide? All right. Can you see
awesome. Yes, we can see it, but maybe make it a slideshow. Yes, let's run it for a couple of minutes and see.
Okay, I'll try to keep it as short as possible. So like I said, Oslo is a relatively new startup ecosystem. It's not as big or mature as our Nordic neighbors in Helsinki or Stockholm or Copenhagen. A lot of it kind of started at the financial crisis in 2008, 2009, mainly because Norway has such a strong economic hold on oil. And when the crash happened, a lot of really experienced and knowledgeable people lost their jobs or got laid off, turned to entrepreneurship, and happily for us, decided to go into more green solutions. So we like to say that we're an emerging ecosystem still, but we do see that alongside the matureness of the ecosystem, a lot more companies are being created, a lot more companies are reaching a growth stage, a maturity level than ever before. In fact, the number of scale-ups in Oslo has increased by almost 70% in the past decades. And also the number of, ecosystem players and helpers has increased alongside it. I think when I started just 6 years ago, there were maybe 20, 25 professional networks. Now, at the last time we counted, there's about 80, ranging from accelerators, incubators, clusters, investment networks, anything really. Anyone that helps startups scale and grow has really, really bloomed in Oslo over the past decade. For investment, like I kind of touched upon a little bit earlier, we have also seen that there hasn't necessarily been a decrease in investment in the Norwegian ecosystem, regardless of the pandemic or, the war or these uncertainties that the ecosystems are facing. We also have some fresh numbers from Deal Room just in February showing that the Nordics in general had their second highest amount of VC investment funding ever in 2022, and also that the Nordics are really positioning themselves as a hub for, impact investment. Almost 35% of the investments in 2022 into the Nordics were in impact-based businesses. For Norway specifically, we see an increase in early stage investment, almost 13% up last year. But we do know that it's a challenge for our ecosystem as it grows and we have more scale-ups. We do have the need for more experienced investors. So our job is kind of to activate those international investment networks and get them to come to our city and meet our companies and hopefully invest. And again, talent is one of the main focus areas for the ecosystem at the moment. Almost 2/3 of our companies report that they lack the competence or the skilled labor that they need in order to grow at the speed that they really want to, which is a huge problem. But we know that this is not just a problem here. It's a problem pretty much in any city. So the competition for that international talent is fierce. So we really try to get the whole ecosystem together to collaborate in order to showcase that Oslo is a great place for business and also just to live. And, I'm biased, but I do think it's a really, really great city to live in and to work in. So that's kind of the very, very short overview of Oslo. But I'll just briefly touch upon Oslo Business Region as well and who we are. So we're a publicly funded company, fully owned by the city of Oslo. And we're created just to strengthen kind of the startup and scale-up ecosystem here in the city. In order to create more growth companies that contribute to the overall value contribution to the city, and also create new jobs and facilitate for the green shift for Oslo. I've also kind of divided our main focus areas into 5. So we provide a lot of insight and information about the ecosystem. How many scale-ups are there? How many startups are there? What's the total amount of value creation? We work on talent, attraction, retention, because, it's not only important to see how can we get more people here, it's also important to make sure that the international talent that are already employed by Norwegian scale-ups actually stay. We work a lot on brand building, being present at international arenas such as Slush or South by Southwest. I just got back from there just a week ago. And we have our own conference, Oslo Innovation Week, at the end of September. We work on investments, mainly by attracting international investors, inviting them to our city, but also by bringing selected scale-ups to new markets. So we're doing, in partnership with a company called Keynote, a scale-up program where we have a group of scale-ups that we will take to Berlin and London throughout this year to meet investors and also get an overview of new markets that they are looking into. We also work on city innovation, making sure that the city of Oslo is a test bed for pilot projects and making sure that the city government use their procurement muscles to buy and test Oslo-based solutions. So that's kind of the very short overview of what we do. But I would also just at the end say and invite you all to join us in Oslo in September for Oslo Innovation Week. We have a full week of innovation, 60 different events, 13,000 people, 35% international, and it's a lot of fun. So I really hope you will join us there. And I think I'll leave it at that, and we can just keep the discussion going, if you will, Naimo.
Yes, a very interesting point. Lots of interesting stuff happening. The Innovation Week, I think, is a huge success story from the region, and of course, the programs that you mentioned, you're going with Keynote to taking scale-ups to Germany and the rest of the Europe. But we also had a question here from our audience. So here's it saying that how are you addressing the talent shortage? We can take that question and then we can,
Yeah, sure. So we are doing it in a few different ways. So for us as an organization, we exist to help the scale-ups. So a lot of what we do in terms of talent work is actually helping the scale-ups understand the process of what it means to actually employ international talent. You know, a lot of these companies are in a growth phase where they might not even have people that work in recruitment or an HR department at all. So just making sure they have all the information they need in order to attract the international talent, but also when the talent is here, how is the onboarding? How do you build a culture that really facilitates for international talent to come here and enjoy working here? We also work a bit more on the softer side, so the community side of it, because you know a huge cause for talent moving around is that they don't feel any kind of belonging to the places that they get to. They don't get necessarily that integrated into the society or the community around them. So we work a lot on building meeting places where they can meet each other across sectors or across companies, but also meet other Norwegians. We have a spouse/partner program to be launched now in the spring, where we want to help partners that move alongside the tech talents, A, learn the language, B, get a job, and C, create a community here. And then the third part is more kind of on the bureaucracy side of it. We know that Oslo is not the easiest place to get into Norway in general because there's a lot of paperwork. We can't necessarily do anything about that process because, you know, that's not up to us, that's up to the states. But we do work to kind of make sure that the companies and the internationals have a full overview of what is needed and when it's needed so that the process is as smooth as possible.
Thank you, Martina. I think great work in building communities, and you all already mentioned 80 networks already in the region and creating the sense of belonging, the place brand itself. Thank you so much for the insights. We will like to thank you on behalf of Startup Grind that you could join us today. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you for having me. I can share my profile in the comments. I see someone ask for it. And
yes, please.
Don't hesitate to reach out. I'll happily answer anything about Oslo.
And we could also request you to stick around for a little bit and maybe answer some of the questions which are being asked on the chat while we now move to Iceland.
All right. Bye.
Thank you. Let's see if we can have.
Hi, Rameau. How are you?
Hi, Vale. How are you? Thank you so much for joining in. It's been a marathon since the day start, but thank you for being here. But thank you for being here, and we could just start with a very quick background of you, and then what you're building. Yeah.
So maybe I have a presentation I can just run through very quickly, and then it also kind of sets the tone for the presentation of the community. It was very great for me to see everybody talk about community, and I can say that that's been the X factor in Iceland. So my name is Bala Kamlakaran. I am the founder of Startup Iceland, and I'm also an investor. I have been, I started as an angel investor. I became a seed investor. Now I run multiple funds that invest in seed stage companies. Obviously, Iceland is a small place, so we are location agnostic. That means we invest in founders anywhere in the world. It doesn't have to be in Iceland, but there are certain strengths in Iceland that we like to highlight that would be helpful for founders if they want to take advantage of that. So that's kind of a very short background.
Okay, thank you so much. But I think what you're doing, you also have an event coming up. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about that. You said Iceland is not a very big country, but you're doing great stuff over there. Let's hear about it.
Right. I think, maybe in the presentation, we'll get to some of the numbers.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, so let me see if I can share this. So,
and this is very interesting for founders. It'll be your first, those of you who have not been to Iceland or have not directly worked in Iceland, this would be a good insight for you. Yeah.
Right. So, before I jump into the ecosystem, I think it is always good to frame yourself, what made you do what I do. So let me jump into that part a little bit. So I'll run through very quickly, the collapse in the financial sector in 2008. And the chaos that happened from 2009 to 11, and then the organization and the building of the community and where we are today. This is the guy, he's the reason that I'm in Iceland. He was the CEO of Glitnir Bank. He recruited me and I started working with the CEO's office. All the banking sector in Iceland were doing extremely well in the year 2005, 2006. I spent a lot of time in the Nordic countries while we were expanding the bank. So that's actually me. You can see that I didn't have a lot of gray hair at that time. And it's not all because of startups. Me signing a deal in India, I was appointed as the head of India for the bank and doing very interesting stuff in building the Icelandic banks globally. And then in 2008, October, we all know this happened. And I was very promptly fired. And then I came back to Iceland from Mumbai, and they were protesting, and there was a revolution in the city of Reykjavik, which was quite strange for me to see. These things, I was witnessing how Iceland was transforming. I had a lot of time to think about what I wanted to do. I decided that I wanted to do something that nobody else was doing, and I looked around and nobody was investing in startups or technology-based companies. So I more or less jumped into doing that. And then in 2010, AFF happened. And obviously the whole world got attention. Then there is this country called Iceland after the financial collapse. And I invested in a small company called Clara. This was in 2010. Because of my banking connections and relationships, I was able to get the president of Iceland to come and visit this team and kind of create a buzz around startups. This company was acquired by Jive Software, a NASDAQ-listed company in 2013. And the reason that happened was because of Startup Iceland, because I invested in this company and I realized that it took more than just investing in one company to build a vibrant ecosystem, because that's exactly what you need to build to have any startup succeed. So I went on this mission to build a startup community, and it all started because all these things were missing. Founders have to think globally. Community to support founders was missing. There was no professional seed, angel, or VC funding. Mentoring and teaching entrepreneurship was non-existent, and most of the founders in Iceland needed a bridge to a bigger market. So I was reading a lot of stuff on the internet. I bumped into Techstars, and I found out this guy called Brad Feld was sharing all these things about how to be a VC and whatnot. I'd invested in the community, but I didn't know how to actually become a venture investor. While I was reading all his blog, I saw this one which said startup communities, how to create one in your ecosystem or in your city. I wrote to him right away, told about the team that I'd invested in and how I was trying to build a community. He was very generous and responded back right away and said, First, I thought Iceland had sunk. What are you doing building an ecosystem in Iceland? And I told them what I was doing. I thought that Iceland had all the ingredients. We just had to, build the community and build the startups and everything will be fine. He thought that was very inspiring. He said, I want to help. What can I do? I asked him to more or less come to Iceland. And I wrote an open letter to Brad, and actually this letter is available on the blog post if anybody's interested. And so you can see what state I was in. If you read between the lines, I was desperate for an answer, and I had no idea how to make a startup succeed. And Brad actually said, I'll come. And then we put together this event, Startup Iceland event in 2012. As you can see, this was on May 30th, 2012. The president of Iceland opened the event. We also had the US ambassador open the event and talk about entrepreneurship and how that is a glue that brings all communities together. And here me interviewing Brad Feld and Brad Barnum. For those of you who don't know who Brad Barnum is the managing director of Union Square Ventures. They are the ones who invested in Twitter, Etsy, Tumblr, and so on and so forth. And of course, Brad needs no introduction. I started working with them, and Brad actually made the connection to get Clara acquired by Jive Software because he used to be in the board of Jive. He made the introduction. I used to work in a bank. I used to be a buyer of investment banking services, so I understood how these deals happen. So I flew down to Silicon Valley, and there is a longer story. I don't have time to go over there, but if anybody's interested, I'm happy to spend some time on that. So we've done that event for 10 plus years now. This will be the 10th year that we'll be hosting it. During the COVID times, we couldn't do it in person, so we didn't do the event. It has become a platform. This is the founder of WowAir, Skule Mogensen. This was in 2018, sharing his story about how he started an airline. And actually in 2018, Wow had almost $1 billion in sales. And this is Skule again in 2019 after WowAir collapsed, talking about his failure of what he did wrong. So what we have done through Startup Iceland is to kind of create a platform for founders. So it's a flagship event. Founders, investors like to get inspired as well. So we like to inspire, we like to educate, we want to connect people. And we get founders and investors coming from the US mostly, but obviously from the Nordics and other places as well. And it also has created a voice for founders to talk about what can be done here. Through Startup Iceland, we have kind of opened the eyes to many things that is happening in Iceland. And I'll jump into a couple of things that are successfully done now, but I will talk about what worked. So in 2012, after Startup Iceland, the first accelerator was launched, which is Startup Reykjavik. And after that, there was Startup Energy Reykjavik, and then there was Startup Tourism, and then Firestarter, and then Startup Supernova, which is still ongoing. And there are a number of accelerators that are happening. Reykjavik, which is actually circular economy-based startups, is also an accelerator that's happening in Iceland now. And this is the funding growth in Iceland. Last year was the bestest year in all of startup funding in Iceland. There was a total of $390 million. For those of you who are wondering, is that a big number, a small number? To give you context, in 2010, the total amount of available funding was $30 million in Iceland for venture funding. We have done, I don't know, maybe almost 1,000x on the number of money being deployed. And if you are interested to look about the funding, NorthStack is the source. They have plenty of data around all the funding information that has happened to startups in Iceland. We have two companies that have gone IPO, Alvotech and Oculus. Both of them were formed after the financial collapse. Alvotech is a biosimilar manufacturing company. Oculus is a pharmaceutical company. Both are startups that came out of Iceland. They still have operations in Iceland, and Iceland today has a biotechnology industry it did not have before the financial services. So for those of you who are champions of startup stories, tell your politicians, tell your constituents, and tell everybody, this is the way you build the future. There is no other way. Here are some of the stories of scale-ups. Kerecis is one of the fastest growing companies by Financial Times. They actually make skin grafting using fish skin. Controlent is actually the one that bought all of you the COVID vaccines all over the world. The technology Controlent built, an Icelandic company, is how all vaccines were transported around the world. These are all some of the exits, by the way. There is no way I can fit all the exits and success stories in a couple of slides. There is too many in Iceland to talk about. And it's a beautiful image of Iceland. And for those of you who are interested to come, here are some things. These are some of the fundings that have happened, by the way. It might be a little dated, and some of the teams that I've invested in have raised plenty of money as well. And so this is kind of some of the support systems that exist in Iceland. As I said, I can't keep track of all the things that's happening in Iceland, so it is hard for me to put it in paper. This kind of highlights some of the things we have. Obviously, conferences, events, co-working spaces, accelerators, community activities. The entire country of Iceland is on Facebook. So almost building a community is like you have access to the entire country. And that might be a hugely valuable thing for startups. We kind of encourage founders to kind of leverage that. So these are small lessons learned in terms of the community building aspect that I started in 2009, 2010. All activities start local, so you need to be ground driven and community driven. Success stories really inspire others to act. So if you are working with founders or investors or startups, try to get them to the finish line faster. And you cannot have fear of failure. You just got to do things. And sometimes you fail, that's okay. And you have to involve the entire stack of the country. And there, Iceland actually punches way above the weight. We actually have the president of Iceland once again coming to open the event this time around. He has been a staunch supporter of startups and innovation. And it should be open to contribute. Anybody should be open to participate. Funding really matters. And last but not least, everybody should have an attitude to give first without expecting anything back. That's how you build a community. That's what made me successful. So I will stop there. I don't know how I did, but I think I've done my presentation.
Well, that was very engaging, Bala. Like what a journey. You are the go-to person in Iceland, and the way you have described the ecosystem and the huge success that has happened from the number on the funding number, that 370 million that you guys have reached in USD. Like that's huge compared to where this ecosystem was 10 years ago. So really interesting. We are compressed on time. So if you can unshare your slide. I just have a parting question, and in the same time, I'll request Kelvin to bring in Vido on screen. What drives you? Let's have that as a question, and we roll on the discussion to the next region.
So, I mean, what drives me is the whole aspect of how we look at future. And I think a lot of us think that future is something that just happens. And while you start working with founders, you realize that future is something that founders build. So I want to get inspired by that view that we are the captains of our ship. We get to drive the future of our communities, our cities, our countries, wherever we live. And if you allow somebody else to do that, then you live in their future. So that's what inspires me. So every day I get excited to go to work because I get to define and build the future of Iceland in terms of founders and startups. It's not just the teams that we work with. It is all founders and startups who are actually working on some really massively game-changing technologies and tools. And then the world is going to need that. And that's what drives me, you know, and as I said, I like investing in early stage because that's where a lot of these ideas are formed. And I like to be engaged with the founders and helping them build. And so far, so good. And I throw out the challenge as well. I have never lost money investing in startups. So if there are investors who tell you that you lose some, you gain some, I usually say that's sloppy work. So so you know, you can make plenty of money doing this. Obviously, you need to be committed. You need to be engaged, and then obviously you need to help founders win. I think investors who are servant leaders, who kind of look at themselves as servants of the founders, usually do better. And that's what I do. So that excites me and inspires me and makes me wake up every day with all the energy in the world.
Thank you, Bala, for a very exciting story and a very strong parting message. Like, you need to define and drive your future. With that energy, you can do anything. Thank you so much. Thank you. We now move from Iceland to Estonia. So Vairo, thank you so much for joining in. It's been really busy few weeks for you, but here you are. And we are very thankful you could join us.
Yeah, great to be here. So happy to contribute with my couple of minutes.
We would very much like to hear what your own background and how and what made you interested in ecosystems.
Well, the sad and true story is that I'm quite useless, but I can be used as a bad example. So since I sucked at physics and chemistry and everywhere else, then I ended up in the ecosystem telling others what they should do. So that's my sad backstory.
Awesome, but that's a great perspective, the way you have put in. But tell us about Estonia as an ecosystem and how is it looking right now for the startups, for the funding, and the entire ecosystem?
Well, the overall sentiment is pretty much the same as the previous speakers, and I'm pretty sure that we have heard it whole day around that we are small, we are doing pretty good, times are turbulent, and we should be striving forward to a better future. So, yeah, that's like a short answer. For a longer answer, I can run through my presentation as well, even though there was great advice in chat from one of the voice and coaches that never hurry, that you are counterproductive, and I can fully support that thought.
Okay, you're welcome to share, and we can run it for 2 to 3 minutes. Very quickly breathe through your ideas, and then we can have a couple of discussion points as well.
Yeah, so hopefully you are able to see it now.
Yes.
And well, the basic story, and especially in the light of this event, that the optimal way to do anything in this world is still yet to be discovered. The same applies to the startups. It's still a grind, and those who are doing it deserve a lot of respect. What we see from Estonia is that the ecosystem must step up, that the support system has been operating 10, 20, in some places more years. So it has to evolve alongside with the startups and scale-ups and communities. The fundamental truth that it's all about the people, which has been echoed here on several occasions. And one thing that we are seeing in Estonia and where we are addressing and putting our focus is that deep tech is becoming mainstream. And the momentum to act is now. So the classical kind of way of explaining what we do at Startup Estonia, we are also publicly funded, a national entity. So finding the human capital and all the other stuff, but I will return to this ugly slide a little bit later on. So not staying here at the moment. The short summary of this slide is in the title. Estonia has startups, some of them are unicorns. And we do like to measure everything by per capita. That's why we are in the first spot in those beautiful charts based on deal room data. And the rest of the Nordic countries are quite well represented in top 10 and top 15s as well. Regarding the investments, similar story as the previous speaker, Bala was mentioning in the Iceland. Again, we do love to measure everything by per capita because we are so small and we like to be in the charts in the first place now and then. So we do have some investments into Estonian startups as well. Last year, it was over 1 billion. So there is, what it illustrates for me is that there is a habit and there is no bottleneck or barrier in investing into Estonia, because God knows that the whole Nordics is located in a far end of the world. And more often than not, we need to explain where we are, why we are, how did we get to be here, and so on and so forth. Then this messy slide is also messy by purpose because it illustrates the ecosystem that we have. So we have multiple actors almost everywhere, except in 2 places which I would like to highlight. That in the funding department, in very, very early phase, there are very few actors. That the risk-taking ability or the willingness to risk in a very early phase, especially in, let's say, into research team in academia, is still up and coming. We see positive trends happening here, that even VCs are willing to come in and invest 150, 200K tickets to teams that have not even incorporated yet, but there is still some work to do. And the second part, which kind of, let's say, deserves our attention, is the scale-up phase. That the capital that comes into the scale-up phase in our region is mostly international, and a lot of the value is being created there, which is especially true for deep techs. And but more interesting is where we are going from here. So what do we see in Estonia? And again, I'm highlighting just 3 elements. That we are seeing the rise of the deep tech, which is now going on for a few years already. We see the emerging like necessity and prominence of sustainability, and ranging from climate change to ESGs, but it's coming and it's not going back into the bottle anymore. And we see the value in networks and partnerships, because we are a tiny, tiny country, even though we are a bit bigger than Iceland. So I don't know, maybe we should take that as a consolation, but still we are tiny. And why and how we are addressing that? We are also launching Helsinki, Stockholm, Tallinn kind of collaboration triangle. Perhaps in future we are able and capable of expanding that, but we want to start small. So just before Latitude 59, which is taking place in Tallinn from May 24th to 26th, we are going to go live with a Nordic Tech Valley initiative. We wanted to have like new Nordic Deep Tech Valley. Then we talked with investors. They said that it's a mouthful. Nobody knows how to kind of pronounce it. So we went a shorter version, Nordic Tech Valley. Maybe it will be even shorter in future, like the hashtag Estonian Mafia is known across world, that this means the Estonian startups. A couple of things which might be interesting for the founders here and for investors. One thing that we are offering for founders in Estonia is the model documents database. So it's a set of legal model documents created by the top attorneys in Estonia, both mostly available in English, some also in Estonian, but for the sake of the international community, the English versions are there. So they are free to use and download, so you can focus on the important stuff, the business building. That just go and check out startupestonia.ee database, resources. Database is our startup database. And why do we have a database? Because we do like data, and our funders actually like data, and they want to see where the money goes. So we count the startups, we count the employees, we count the employment taxes, we count the export turnover, we count the investment raised, we count the female founder rate. You know, we count a lot of things based on data. Data today is looking positive. If you ask 1 year from now, well, we'll see what the data will show. But so far, so good. Talent is massive for everybody. So for us in Estonia, we have startup visa, we have scale-up visa. We are getting people in this unfortunate and really ugly business with the war in Ukraine. Cut down our top countries, because before the war, we had a lot of people incoming both from Russia and Ukraine. So now we are seeking substitutes or substitution countries, so to speak. So we are looking at Southeast Asia, we are looking at South Africa, we are looking at Latin America. So there are a couple of really interesting countries in the pipeline. And if you're interested about the visa stuff, feel free to reach out to me and I will put you in contact with our visa people. And coming back to this ugly slide, which I showed in the beginning. So what does it really mean? That what do we do when we say, you know, beautiful things like legislative environment is clear? Yeah, it's transparent. We cut out the corruption. We have roundtables with policymakers, but we also have model documents. We have tax cashback for R&D employees. We are working on funding instruments, so on and so forth. Human capital, running visa programs. We are running entrepreneur in residence programs at academia and also at accelerators, because, you know, teams and building teams is everything. We do focus on regional development, and we have, like everybody else has, plenty of community events. That communities and the relevance of them cannot be underestimated. But one thing that perhaps I would like to highlight most from this slide is that we need to promote, we need to communicate, and we need to educate. And we need to be like incredibly patient when doing that. Sometimes you have to explain the same thing 87 times, and you have to keep a smile on your face and still explain another 87 times before the message gets across. So that is also part of what we do. And I'm not doing it alone. That's our team. We'll not read the names and stuff. You can find them. Let's get to the interesting part. As you might have measured, that Estonians like to measure and run everything by per capita. So this was actually the question which I did for one quiz. So it's in the wrong slide deck. But anyway, that's something for you to Google, or you can put the answers in the chat. Who do you think? Which are the top 3 wine-consuming countries in the world per capita? If you get all 3 right without Googling, you get a warm handshake. But let's go to the Q&A.
Thank you so much. What an inspiring pace and insight-rich presentation. You talk about 3 core areas, deep tech, sustainability, and networks as you are moving forward. How did, because on deep tech, like today's summit was started by Per Hedberg. He was on a Startup Grind Talk fireside chat separately as well some time ago. And we have been struggling with deep tech in Sweden. How did you guys do it?
You mean how did we grow the ecosystem?
Yeah, so
by chance,
okay.
Basically. The honest answer is that back after the re-independence, we had a lot of like statesmanship thinking, and we had a couple of good company cases. But again, it's a multitude of different elements. But perhaps I would actually bring out one which illustrates all Nordic countries. And in my opinion, it goes very, very deeply back into the history and into the roots of our region, that most of us, Finns, Swedes, Norwegians, also Estonians and Iceland people, we like to be independent and we like to be self-sufficient, that we don't want to ask our neighbor for help. We want to get along by ourselves. So that gives us great entrepreneurial qualities, like we are resourceful, we try to do stuff by our own. So we are resourceful by our nature. And the climate luckily forces us to collaborate also with each other. So, we have a good, like in the genes, this entrepreneurial mindset and attitude. And the climate is kind of forcing us to work together and collaborate as well. So that combination actually is a great, like a ground for success stories. And we have many of those in the Nordics.
I think that's a very interesting observation, and that probably plays back to the audience as well, that that probably is one of the key reasons why entrepreneurship strives in this ecosystem. We are very stressed on time. Vairo, thank you so much for very solid insights into Estonia. And I like the way you mentioned per capita. In Stockholm also, we go by per capita when we are comparing ourselves with Silicon Valley. So I think that's a great way to put things up. But thank you so much for joining in and to Startup Estonia. We should definitely catch up on Helsinki, Tallinn, and Stockholm triangle.
Thanks for having me, and good luck.
Thank you. Hi, Jacob.
Hi.
Thank you so much for being here. For the audience, this is our last address for the regional insights that we have been collecting. So we have talked to Oslo, we talked to Estonia just now, and in between Iceland. And before that, my colleague here, Kelvin, ran a panel on Finland and Nordics. So Jacob, over to you. Tell us a bit about yourself and about Denmark.
Thank you, Rameau. Well, me, myself, I'm not too interesting. The reason why I think I'm here is because I work for Digital Hub Denmark, and I'd like to share a few more words on what it is that we do in the presentation. But before I became a part of the DHD office, I ran the most popular and founded the most popular Danish media outlet for startups, which I've run for 5 years. So that's also my experience in the ecosystem. I've been a part of it since 2014. And yeah, that's probably it.
Awesome. Then let's hear about Digital Hub Denmark and what are you guys doing and how does the Denmark ecosystem look like for our audience?
Sure. I'll just share this presentation for you. Are you able to see it?
Yes. And I like the way your logo is structured.
Thank you so much. There's been a lot of thoughts into this. It's nothing is a coincidence, this presentation.
Okay.
No, so Digital Hub Denmark, very short. We are on a day-to-day basis working to provide customized matchmaking services for Danish companies. So that includes, of course, also Danish startups, but also Danish GovTech companies or just large corporations that work within the tech and digital sector. We work to attract both talent and collaboration. So this is put very much in short. But to dive a bit more into these two areas, I have to say that we do this in collaboration, close collaboration with both public and private institutions. So we are a public-private partnerships taking the best of both worlds. So we are funded and a part of the financial bill by the Ministry of Industry, Business and Financial Affairs, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Ministry of Education and Science. And we just got a new partner, and it's so new that they don't even have an English logo just yet, but it's the Ministry for Digitization and Equality. And we also have some private owners, which is the Confederation of Danish Industries and the Danish Chamber of Commerce. And then we have a philanthropic partner in Industriens Fund, which basically means the fund for Danish industries. We address the shortage of tech talent, which is also a part of, which is also shaping the Danish ecosystem, so to say, in a few ways. We work on exposing Denmark towards international talents in international campaigns. We do 2 of those a year. Every time we run a campaign, our target is to expose the campaign to around 200 million people across the globe. We also have a database of around 2,000 tech talents who we know is interested in either working in Denmark or working remotely for a Danish company. And then we do sponsor some fast track programs, what we call it, with Danish ecosystems. And I'm going to dive into what that means at a later stage. But that is obviously to attract and retain more talent. Our collaboration track is, these numbers are from last year. And we do that from our International Delegation Center, which is located in the heart of Copenhagen. We have 700 square meters there where we take on international delegations, either as a part of a larger visit to Denmark or a customized structured visit, whether they want to know more about our healthcare sector, our GovTech, public digitization or ecosystem and startup ecosystem approach. So it's all customized. And because we are a public organization, this is all free of charge, but it has to be highly relevant. So last year, not diving too much into the numbers, but we have more than 120 delegations, more than 2,200 guests. Those are all high-level attendees and decision makers from either international governments or organizations that are interested in collaborating or procuring Danish tech solutions. So our approach to the ecosystems is that we were established in 2018. And at that point, we reached out to Startup Genome. For those of you who don't know Startup Genome, take a look at what they do. Take a look at their reports. They do a great work in kind of giving insights into ecosystems across the world. They matchmake them, they benchmark them, and they go into detail with different parts of the industries in the ecosystems. So at that point, we reached out to them and asked them if we wanted to create a better ecosystem for Danish startups, what should we do? And the answer was simple. Create an ecosystem where you can increase the critical mass and number of startups that would cater more success. If you have more startups, you would have more unicorns. It sounds very obvious, but in fact, it was a kind of a breakthrough for us. to get that feedback from Startup Genome. The Danish startup ecosystem back then in 2019, this is a very, roughly overview, looked more or less like this. Different subsectors and a lot of actors in the different subsectors. And this overview is made possible by a great Danish organization called Hey Funding. And again, last year they made a new overview, and hopefully you will be able to see the difference. So this is looking like this today. And apart from having new actors in the ecosystem, we also see that there is now a stronger focus on, for instance, female founder initiatives. So that's one of the key parameters that we are looking at in Denmark in our ecosystem. That is to make a more equal ecosystem, have more female founders, have a bigger diversity within the ecosystem. Other than that, the subsectors are more or less the same. More actors, more strong actors. Some are not there anymore, and new parts of the ecosystem has risen since then. And I can also tell you that today, Hey Funding and Tech Savvy, which is the media I mentioned earlier, just released a very comprehensive overview of the Danish startup ecosystem. Today, it's completely fresh from the press. And I'll share the link either in the chat or with you, Naimul, so you can dive deeper into that. I know we're short of time, but I want to give this to you guys. Since 2017, this has been the growth in the Danish startup ecosystem. In 2017, we had just above 1,000 startups and 9,200 employees in the startup ecosystem. Today, we've seen a massive growth over the last years. The numbers have almost tripled, and we now have more than 27,000 employees in the Danish startup ecosystem. Venture-wise, we saw, I guess this is more or less similar from many of the other regions in the Nordic region and also in Europe. But in 2021, we saw a quadruplement of the investments made. If we look at the numbers in 2018, last year we saw it more or less decreased by 50%. And in the 2 first months of 2023, it's looking better. So I hope that we can conclude from this, which is far too early to conclude, that 2023 is going to be somewhere in between the 2 last years. But we do see out of these numbers that also that the Danish ecosystem is evolving immensely these years and has done a lot since 2018. I have other slides for you, but that's more on a nerdy ecosystem level. But I don't know, Naimul, if you want to.
Well, I think very good presentation. We could probably leave some room for the next panel, but very inspiring perspective when you showed that startup growth chart and the number of employees and the startup count, and the numbers from your January and February are also looking quite positive. Like you had a big bump in 2021, everybody had that, and then 2022 was suppressed, but 2023 is already looking good with just 2 months data. So it could really be something very interesting and exciting for the local ecosystem. If we could round off our discussion with one point or conversation point. For other, for example, when we talked to Oslo, they mentioned talent being on the top of the agenda for their ecosystem. Vido, for example, was talking about tech and networks, that triangle they're trying to. What is your key point of focus going forward as an ecosystem as Denmark?
Yeah, so this is a slide where we kind of try to boil down the focus from the Danish government. So this is a governmental entrepreneurial strategy that has just been launched. Nothing has been decided yet. It has not gone through the parliament just yet, but this is the proposal from the government. And that also kind of paints out the key points in the ecosystem. We want to have more female founders. We want to make it easier for the companies to attract capital. I really like what they mentioned at the Oslo business region, that they're now going to focus on spouses and partners. That is so important. We need to make everybody feel welcome here in Denmark and in the Nordic region as well. And tax credits is also highly on the agenda. And I want to put this to you again. These within sustainable digital impact and digital carbon impact, and the impact that startup can have on this agenda is also something that is of our importance, so to say.
Very interesting. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you so much for taking us through your ecosystem. And it's very inspiring for founders and ecosystem builders who have joined in for the summit today. We have been talking about ecosystems, funding, startup building, communities, talent attraction, and the way to make ecosystems more inclusive as well. Like you talked about that scheme in terms of the spouses scheme that we talked about slightly earlier on. And then the way Estonia is doing with a lot of, for example, that legal, how do you move the legalese out of it and make it really, really easy for startups, because startups are a product of momentum. So thank you so much, Jacob, for a very interesting insight into the
Thank you for having me, and have a great rest of your session.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day. For the audience here, I'm going to invite my my colleague here from Finland. So please come in, Kelvin, and you have the next session. This session is going to focus on global ecosystems. And Kelvin, I'll leave it to you to take the jump on this.
Yes, thank you so much, Rameau. I'm inviting the champions on stage. Give me a sec.
Hi, Mo. Yeah, please, while you're inviting, I'll say a quick hi and then disappear very quickly.
Go for it.
Hi, Mo. How are you?
Hi, how are you? I'm doing great. Thank you for having me, and thank you for putting this event together.
Hi, Shahar and Corey and Patricia. I'm off. So I'm running from here. Kelvin, please go ahead.
Awesome.
It's a great gathering.
We are missing out Corey. Wait. I think I have...
Corey was here. I think he just turned off his camera, maybe.
Let me see what's happened with him.
Here is Corey.
Corey should be here. Awesome, awesome. Hey, beautiful people from around the world. Geez, I'm super pumped to be hosting this panel with you guys. I mean, it's very inspirational. It's been a long day, but getting to talk with you guys is like, it gives me the energy to keep going. So thank you so much for joining in. Today has been a lot of sessions around Nordics, Finland, Sweden, Estonia, Iceland. I mean, a lot of things in this part of the world. But what we want to do now is to let's take a quick break from the Nordics, right? Let's go outside and see what's happening out there. You know, the way that they do in news channel. At some point, they bring in some other people to come and tell about what's happening on site and in some other place. So for this panel, we'll be looking at global insights. We have Shahar from Israel. We have Corel all the way from the States. We have Mo from Oman, and then we have Patricia from UK. So I think we are well covered, just to make sure that we get perspective from different regions, and then we can consolidate and see, you know, how to make the Nordics even better. So once again, thank you guys so much for joining in. It's a pleasure having you guys here. You all are champions in your region. You are like from the startup growing global ecosystem. Just for the audience to understand, right? Startup Grind is not just based in Finland or Sweden or in the Nordics. We are a global family in over, I think, 500 plus cities or so. And the guys you are seeing here on the stage are like few of our global directors from around the world who are making impact, you know, creating like amazing opportunities for startups in their ecosystem. And, you know, pushing it forward and helping startups all there. So with that being said, I'm going to just open up the floor for them to do a quick round of intro, because it's good to hear from their mouth what exactly they are doing and why they are here. So you all can, you know, attest to my
confession that they are global leaders, and we ought to just sit down and listen to them. Okay, we can start off from Shahar. Shahar, if you could just give us a brief intro about yourself, what you do, and how you are managing the whole startup ecosystem in Israel.
First, thank you for having me. We are 500 people, so you picked some of us, the family members. So I'm Shahar Matorin, and I think I'm very lucky to meet Startup Grind early on the early days in 2013. I decided that Tel Aviv as a startup ecosystem must be part of a global family, and we will try to provide values to startups globally, and not just in the local ecosystem like we did, in the last couple of years before. I'm 47 right now, with a kid, 22 years old, that now starting to ask questions. So it's very, I would say, it's great, to answer based on all the knowledge we learn from the Startup Grind family. And I think in the past 10 years, I had lucky to work with you guys, to meet people out of Israel, and also to represent Israel in a global ecosystem. So I think we have a lot of experience and knowledge in the last decade here around us. Happy to be here.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Shahar, for sharing your time with us, and for going to share like some of your experience and stuff you've done with Startup Grind. Before we go ahead, I know that it's been a long day. This event literally started in the morning, and I know that a lot of people are already tired. Just to make sure that we keep the vibe, if we could just do a shout out on the chat, right? Who do we still have in the house? Which city, which country are you tuning in from? What do you do? And probably just put in your LinkedIn, and let's all connect. So we'll keep the activity going while we have the intro from our speakers. All right, let's move over to Mo. Mo, you got the floor. Tell us, who is Mo?
Hey, how are you? Yeah, I'm a bit lucky to have the first and the last name of one of the most famous footballer in the world. And yeah, so I'm from Jordan. I born and raised, grew up over there. And I was very lucky to manage Startup Grind in Jordan for over 5 years. Recently moved to Oman, another country in the Middle East, a beautiful country by the sea, where people are extremely nice and polite. Very much like the British in a way or another. My job for the past few years were mainly around running accelerators. So currently I'm running a couple of programs here in Oman. We work with founders from different stages, but I would say across the early stage phase of startups. Before that, I was at SeedStars. I was very lucky to run one of their accelerators with the United Nations. And yeah, I've been around Startup Grind for some time, and I'm very happy to share the floor with people from every corner of in the world.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for joining us, Mo. It's a pleasure to have you here with us. All right, let's move over to Patricia.
Thank you. Yeah, well, great to be here, and really interesting panels before. So I'm really glad to join the sample of what the Startup Grind represents globally. So my name is Patricia Maksimowicz. I'm based in the UK. I've been an entrepreneur for over 3 decades now. I had my first business when I was 17, and as Shahar revealed his age, I'm 47 now, with a kid who works in a startup as well. So throughout my career, I've had the privilege of working with diverse range of clients, from blue chip clients like BMW, Lego, government agencies and mid enterprises, but also startups. I'm an entrepreneur at heart, and I support entrepreneurship. So I did support hundreds of startups. Startup Grind director here in the north of UK with a couple of chapters. I moved from London, and I knew the London chapter. When I moved to the north of UK, to the north, I realized that the ecosystem is quite different and lacks startup grind. That's why I started really being very, very much focused on building the ecosystem here. On top of the startup grind, obviously, I do have my own business as well, which very well aligns with what we do here in Startup Grind, providing acceleration programs, investment connections, ecosystem roadshows. So basically helping to launch tech in the UK from abroad, or help companies that are in the UK to expand globally. So yeah, that's me. I'm very excited to share the insights from the UK today and hear from the other panelists.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Patricia, for that intro. And let's go over to Corey. You are currently muted, Corey.
Thank you. Sorry about that. It's I guess it must be 2020 right now for me. Yeah, so thank you so much for inviting me. I really appreciate it. I am the chapter director here in Grand Rapids, Michigan. I represent our 5 chapters in Michigan in the Midwest, here in the United States. We follow the Nordics very closely, and being kind of isolated in the Midwest of the United States, we understand what it's like to be a flyover, sometimes ignored region, even in our own country of the United States. Michigan is unique. We have the largest freshwater system in the world. We have more coastline than the state of California. We have a North Michigan Tech Week coming up, and the focus is water innovation. I also am an advisor for Seamless Ventures, and we specifically look outside our region to the world for innovation and innovators that are working on ESG, human-centered health, climate, blue tech, all that fun stuff. So this relationship that I have with Startup Grind and all of the directors around the world is critical to our ecosystem thriving and growing. So it's events like this that mean the world to me, and I'm so grateful to be invited and included. So thank you so much.
Beautiful. All right. I mean, we could already start with you, Corey, since you just finished the intro. Tell us what's happening at this point in Michigan in terms of startup ecosystem news updates. Like, what's new?
Sure. So, we sit in a pretty interesting spot here in the U.S. U.S. has been in the news fairly recently with Silicon Valley Bank, that having a little hiccup there, right? We expect them to have a new owner by the end of the week. The other bank, Signature, that failed has a new owner already. There is, of course, a lot of anxiety throughout our economy here with interest rates on the rise and the pressures thereof. We're feeling it, especially in Michigan, because one of our challenges already going into the lockdowns and pandemic was for every $1 that we raise inside of Michigan for our startups, we have to raise $9 from outside of Michigan. So there's a challenge in that way. And this is all why it's more important to have these bridges that we're building with other communities. I think that we're also seeing in the Midwest, especially here. So the Midwest states, we're talking Illinois, Ohio, Indiana, Minnesota, Wisconsin. We're seeing an increase in the appetite of smaller investments from angels. So things that are like investments around like less than $500,000. But certainly for companies that have that extra bit of traction and have a better defined product market fit, not so much tendency to gamble. And also in our Midwest region here, we're typically more conservative than those on the coasts. We don't like to throw bags of money onto fire pits and into burning dumpsters. We're okay with slower, longer returns. But yeah, in the US, 2022 was the biggest decrease percentage-wise in venture funding. It was the biggest decrease in employment roles. Layoffs continue. So the US is bearing the brunt of a lot of the global downturn in tech, and we're feeling it. And what's nice about being in Michigan, an ecosystem, is we can be, we shout loud how affordable it is here, how friendly we are as an ecosystem. So we are gladly accepting people that are falling out of New York and falling out of the Silicon Valley, enjoying our varied climate here and our affordable housing and all that fun stuff. So yeah, I'm happy to take questions, or we can keep on moving around.
Yeah, thanks. A lot of stuff happening in the US. Thanks for bringing us up to speed with all of those details. For the audience, I mean, if you have any questions for either of the speakers, feel free to throw it in the chat. I will try as much as I can to go through a couple of questions before the end of this panel. But yeah, just feel free to throw them on in the chat, and we'll try to go over them before the panel ends. All right, let's fly from the States straight to Oman. Mo, how is it going? What's new in the startup ecosystem in Oman?
Hey, I'm a bit new here, so I can tell you that the Omani startup is quite new, very, very new, and it's picking up. But I can speak for the whole region. The Middle East is a bit lucky. It's the only region globally where money going to startups didn't decrease last year. Actually, we grew year over year. $2 or $3 billion of investment went into the Middle East, and also we grew slightly in Africa. So that part of the world was not affected by the global situation for several reasons. Reason number one is most of our LPs have businesses that are not in the regions where it's affected by what's happening in the world. Number two, a lot of our LPs are government, and they have their money in the ecosystem for several reasons, including diversifying economies, including giving youth a platform to build new stuff. So basically, from an investment point of view, the region was not impacted much. The region will be impacted severely by the Silicon Valley Bank collapse, because Silicon Valley Bank, because we're still a very, very traditional region in terms of banking, and almost no bank in the region gives startups line of credit or debt financing. Silicon Valley Bank was very active here, was very active in Africa, was very active in India, was very active in China, or in areas where no one was doing what Silicon Valley Bank is doing. A startup in the US now can go to JP Morgan, and JP Morgan is happy giving startups money. In our region, that's not the case, and Silicon Valley Bank was a very important ecosystem builder here, not only for our startups, but also for our funds. So yeah, what happens in the US impacts different parts of the world. I think everyone in the world right now is waiting for how the Feds will act on interest rate, because it have I would say a significant impact on different parts and different regions of the world. So yeah, in terms of funding, we're good. In terms of debt financing, it's not clear yet, but the main source of it doesn't exist anymore. And in terms of founders and industries, almost a lot of digitization related topics are booming, from fintechs to logistics to food to education, because basically most of the region is going through, I would say, digitization phase, where most of the startups are focused on making our lives simply easier in terms of supply chain, in terms of logistics, in terms of getting access to services, or allowing for certain kinds of inclusion, especially financial inclusion. So yeah, those are the industries booming. Investment is okay. The region is still slightly smaller, with a massive opportunity to grow further. But yeah, that's very, very much the thoughts or the general status in the ecosystem over here.
Beautiful. Thanks for brushing us up. I mean, you gave me a perspective on what is happening in that region now, so I can comfortably walk to some fund and be like, do you know this is happening in this region? Thanks to Mo for giving me those breakdowns. Thanks for the update. I mean, with what is happening with what happened with the Silicon Valley Bank and all that, I mean, it's going to be a ripple effect, which we are yet to see how the implications and impact. But it's good to see that with funding and the startup ecosystem in your region, things are things are still okay in that regards, and a lot of stuff are booming. Thanks for those insights. All right, let's catch the flight all the way to UK, shall we? Patricia, are you there?
Yes, thank you. Welcome to UK. So, well, we've seen various developments in the UK, and it's been interesting last few months, and especially the 2023 when it started as well. So I think the biggest sort of shock for the startup community and the tech community in the UK back in 2022, the last months was the Technation ceased to exist. So the startup ecosystem, there was the formal award of the Digital Growth Grant to Barclays Eagle Labs. Barclays is the bank, and Eagle Labs is the startup incubator arm of the bank. And this move this move came after a public tender process from the funding, which was 12 million to support for the 2-year period to support the ecosystem. That has gained a lot of attention and a lot of talk in the startup community, because the delivery of the support has been done by Technation previously. A huge supporter of the startup in the UK. They've been instrumental in fueling growth for such companies as Monzo, Deliveroo, Skyscanner. So you can imagine the impact of that, and a lot of talk. The discussion and concerns among the stakeholders led to around 140 stakeholders signing an open letter calling for the government-backed support for the institution or an organization that is maybe more rooted in the startup ecosystem than the bank. So that's been huge. And then obviously the Silicon Valley Bank in recent weeks, a shockwave through the community of funders. We had here in the UK around 3,000 UK customers with I think something amounting almost £7 billion, who chose the bank because it's of its nature of knowing how to support the startups and the unique nature of startups. So now the HSBC acquired Silicon Valley Bank in the UK. And they say they will provide the opportunity to support for the tech ecosystem in a similar way, but we'll see how it goes and whether it's going to be a very similar way. I mean, HSBC has been known for supporting startups as well, but absolutely probably not in the way as the SVB used to. Another highlight, I think that's quite significant in terms of the deep tech and all the AI, everything that comes from the universities, which is quite strong here in the UK, is the UK government's support or commitment to investing in the future of that tech and science. That also sparks quite a lot of discussion. So there's been an announcement of the budget for growth, including quantum computing, artificial intelligence, creation of new investment zones around the universities, and each zone receiving around £80 million funding aimed at boosting the growth of those zones. The discussions that it has sparked are very well, they're both positive and not necessarily saying that, yes, the government has the appetite of creating something like another Silicon Valley in the UK, kind of a science superpower in the UK, which seeing and working closely with deep tech, I can say that there is to some extent a potential for that. But then a lot of people are expressing concerns about that, those incentives are going maybe in favor for the larger businesses than startups. So again, what will happen, we'll see. I mean, I would love to see the UK deep tech growing. So these are the highlights from the ecosystem as a whole UK. But then within the regions, we see certain inclination towards certain industries. It's like, the Northeast, we are very much trying to, as an emerging ecosystem in fintech, we are trying to do a lot of initiatives in this. Some of the ecosystems like the Yorkshire, for example. They're doing quite a lot in AI. So there is a lot going on, a lot of positive and a lot of kind of like, obviously, like everywhere, there are those situations that shake the industry, and founders wake up and think of, yes, how to deal with the challenge that has just arrived on the, on the morning news.
Awesome. I mean, it's a challenging time, but it looks very promising for the future, right? With
oh yeah.
With all the stuff that are coming up, the project and trying to build like the Silicon Valley and all that. I mean, I see this as a long-term play. So it looks very promising, I would say.
Entrepreneurs are always, hopeful, and they fight. So I think, I think all the people that I'm engaging, within the ecosystem, they're all very, trying to rebuild the strength that Britain used to have. And yes, we're still standing strong.
Gotcha. All right. Thanks for giving us that highlights and the update. Let's fly over to Shahar. By the way, I like your background. Damn. Yeah. Are you on the beach already?
I'm trying to fix my background for each call, and today it was important to put the beach in
the background. But let us here in the Nordics jealous,
Yeah, but I'm inviting all of you. Once a year, we are celebrating in the community, all the community together near the beach in Tel Aviv, inviting the entrepreneurs, taking them out from offices and co-working and ask them to join all together. If the weather is good on July, you're all welcome. I will try to bring maybe, or to explain about the layers we are mixing here, the community level and the business level. So as entrepreneurs, if you are part of a community, and we saw it in the last decade, it's helped you to survive. And we as entrepreneurs are swimming against big waves all the times, but now it's looked like a very big waves all over. So we need, I think, to join forces to help each other from different countries, because each country has different challenges. And if we can help by, it's not about just the resource like money, it can be the knowledge, the talents, the expertise. And if we can open doors between different startup ecosystem, I think it will help the entrepreneurs to save a lot of money, time, and efforts while building companies. I can tell you from listening, in Startup Grind, we are listening to experts and professionals every month, trying to learn. We have so many mentors in the community that are trying to bring some new thoughts to the situation we are currently have. And some of the mentors say, guys, we always go on fundraising on the same, the same way. Let's think again and let's go back to the garage. So at least instead of thinking, okay, let's raise $1 million and build the companies and we will spend it on all the expenses we used to do, in 2019, 2020, let's think again about the technology, the IP, what we can provide fast, how we can do the POC, the MVP fast. Maybe we don't need as much money as we thought, 2 or 3 years ago. And we have a lot of support. So if the ecosystems in different countries grow and we have more doors opened, I think if we can build companies by helping them and provide them the business skills, the business experience, hug them, give them the community, a big hug, and help those deep technology entrepreneurs to solve big problems and open the door for them, I think these directions will help us. I don't know if I heard today about the venture studio, venture building, venture, you name it. Those keywords that are running right now, instead of running only after small money in accelerators and programs, and then go to angel investors and early stage VCs. If you want to knock many doors right now or to join the right program until you will find it, try to go back to the garage another month or 2 months and try to build something that the market needs, because I think most of the investors right now, as much as I see, wants to see they are more ROI oriented right now. It's instead of selling, presentation and dreams, they want to see something. So if we as an ecosystem can help them, to cross at least the first road without the same accidents, and instead of running after, hundreds of doors, this is what we can do from Silicon Valley, from Tel Aviv, from New York, from London, UK, and of course in the Middle East. And we have all the resources we need. It's not only about money, it's about friends, it's about those that will be open, factories that will give you the time, to do a POC. Maybe they will pay for it. And we can see that many people also from the R&D centers of foreign R&D centers in each countries are willing to open those doors. So I think we need to think not out of the box, but without the box this year, and try to do something different. This is my 2 cents.
Awesome. It's interesting that you already started talking about some of like this stuff, venture studio, making POC, not raising too much money and all that, which leads directly to my next question. Looking at the current, financial crisis, market going down, turbulence, the VCs, the angels, even the family houses and stuff, they are being a little bit, not reluctant, but reservative in terms of which startup to invest in. Should we even invest now? Shall we wait for the downtime to go back up before we invest? So a lot of startups right now are finding it very difficult to raise funds as compared to, say, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, or what have you. So from your experience, right, and what you've seen, like how would you advise startups to go around building products, raising funds, and surviving this period of downtime, looking at the fact that most startups need funds, but like you said, they might not probably need as much as they think they need. But from your own experience, right, like what are those strategies or thoughts you would like you can share with the founders around how they could actually go ahead to raise funds now and still be able to build out their product to the market? We can start this one from Mo, if that's okay.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah, for sure. I would say I don't think investors are hesitant, and I don't think this negative narrative is as real. I work for a VC and I talk to investors every day. I think we had some time where many investors got very excited because of the growth that happened because of people sitting at home and because of the pandemic. But in general, if we look at the amount of money going into startups over 2022, it's not really far from 2019 before the pandemic. So investors are investing. I think companies that make sense are fundraising, and fundraising maybe in amounts more than the same companies would have raised in 2019 or early 2020. I don't think the situation is bad. As much of the situation is a bit, I would say, people are doing more due diligence this year than the year before. And I think it's mainly happening not because of the recession, but because of, I think, mistrust and many founders taking advantage of the trust and the opportunity they were given by investors and by banks and different investment institutions. So is the situation bad? I really don't think so. If your company is making, if your company makes sense, your unit economics makes sense, I don't think you will struggle to fundraise. Because at the end of the day, the way VCs work and the whole model is about 10 years funds. So in 10 years from now, or let's say by end of the decade, if we have people coming and saying, okay, our investment in startups didn't work and startups as a model is not okay, I would say yes. But investing in startups doesn't change over such a short period. It's not like stocks. Those VCs have their money already raised, already in place, and they have to deploy it. They might wait a bit extra. And this is what happened the second half of last year, because we were not sure when is the recession happening and how it's going to happen or any of that. But generally speaking, if your startup makes sense, you should be fine. If your startup doesn't make any sense, make it make sense, or go find something else to do in life.
I totally love that narrative. Damn. I mean, you hear a lot of people say, oh, it's difficult to raise funds and all that. But from your point, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Build something that people want, have an amazing unit economics, prove growth, and then
not amazing, just an okay unit economics.
And okay, not even amazing, and okay, and the money will come. So in a sense, right? Whatever is happening now is pushing away the chaffs and like not so good kind of startups. If I get like your point correctly, so in a nutshell, your advice would be for startups to build something that customers want, have an amazing unit economy, or let's say good unit economics, show some growth, and then go ahead and raise funds. You wouldn't be in the same situation where people that just have an idea and like they're like, oh, let's go and raise $1 million for that. Amazing. Love it more. Thanks for giving that highlight. Okay, Corey, you want to chip in something here?
Sure. What we like to do is follow, of course, some of the leaders when we have questions like this, and I really appreciate Shahar's sentiments and Mo. I always love how your candor and straight talk. Like in startup land is my favorite thing, that we can just be real with each other and fail fast and learn our lessons and like Shahar says, like tighter hugs. We all need a good hug from time to time. But like, for example, at Y Combinator here in the United States, the first cohort of 2023, 60% rise in B2B companies. So we see a lot of that, of course, in the Midwest as well. Maybe shift your customer focus, your idea, might be a little flexible in that way. We also saw from YC's first cohort in this year is a decrease in 50% in the size of the cohort. So like Mo was saying, investors still need to deploy their capital, but they're just going to be a little more careful about where and how they do it. So back to basics, build smart, surround yourself with some solid team. This is a great environment to hire. I just hired a CTO that was in the market for $265,000 US last year. He came on board with us for a little more equity, but $100,000 like annual and a nice long cliff and some pretty strong vesting. So amazing opportunity to find some really great talent globally too, not even just in the US.
Just to add a very small thing here, women were the most impacted by COVID and layoffs in general, and that shows a bit of resilience. We saw double the tendency over the last 2 years for women starting their own companies. 60-something% of these companies are still alive. So I wrote this on LinkedIn like 100 times the last few months. Builders are building, investors are investing. If you're building, investors will give you money. They have the money, they will have to invest it. They just need to make sense of it. And if you make sense and you're not bluffing them, I would say 4 things it has to be there. Okay, unit economics, if it's great, amazing. Founder market fit and a product market fit, and a niche that makes sense and you can make the most money out of them. If you have these together, you should be fine to go ahead. And on what Corey just said, 99% of people who are being laid off right now gonna end up in startups. The startups gonna capitalize on those developers, will build the next Airbnb and the next Uber and the next unicorns, because this talent was costing $500,000 annually a few weeks back, and it was impossible to hire them, to the level that some companies in the US are suing Google, Apple, and Microsoft and Amazon for hiring for no reason to hire, just because they want to cut everyone access to talent.
Wow, that's very powerful. Thanks for highlighting those. Shahar, what do you think from your end?
I think it's a mix. I listen to Mo, and it's similar to what I think right now. If you have a product that someone wants and willing to pay for, you will find the investors. But instead of running after money, focus on building the right product instead of sharing your dreams on a presentation, a very nice and designed presentation. Go and do something that will show the investors and give them more trust. And I think the ecosystem now is more mature. So you have all the tools, you have all the, the places, the ecosystem builders, and also all the accelerators and the programs in the beginning. But in the end, you need to show us something, because the investors are more ROI oriented right now. They want to see the business plans. They cannot invest in dreams anymore and wait 3 years just to recognize if you're going to the right direction. And I think Mo is right, but the money is available, but we need to use it smart.
Awesome. Money is available. Just know where to look for and what exactly you need to find the money.
I can add it also 1 second. Also, more countries are building their country-level innovation funds. So also in the Nordic country, in Denmark, for example, the ESG, you want to become green, you have some goals to 2030, 2050, and they are building from the company profits some funds so they can bring it back also as grants. So if you will take from a VC or from investors 2 million while you raise 3 million and you will get 1 million as grant, I think we have tons of money in Europe right now that wants to deploy in startups. So we just need to bring the right innovation and to solve the right challenge.
Amazing. Sounds so easy, man. You guys make this look so easy. Oh my God. All right. We don't have a lot of time, so let's hear from Patricia. What do you think on this topic before we close up?
Yeah. Oh, England is interesting. Well, England, UK is interesting, but I will agree with a lot what actually my colleagues have said. Like, money is there, but I think in the UK, investors are much more conservative. And on a daily basis, I do engage with both the investors, more kind of like, on a global scale in Silicon Valley. And then when I talk to the VCs here, I can tell that the UK investors are much more conservative. Well, Britain is known for being conservative, so maybe that's the thing. I think especially in the time when I think you have a lot of startups that had raised their funding like 18 months ago. Now they are running out of cash. They are going for the second round. So you have then the startups that are going for the first time, and they're competing against each other. So the investors, when they have, the funds are, towards the end, or that there is not as much money, they obviously are looking, all right, well, do we invest in the first time founder, or do we invest in something that we've invested before? That's the first thing. The second thing is, like we've already agreed, that, making sure that maybe not, we're not going to pitch our dreams, but we actually pitch something that is much more tangible. We have the business plan, we have, a strategy, we have the team who has maybe some background in revenue generating, who has the experience in business, and not just, they're not just dreamers. So we talked, I think more, you mentioned the, product market fit, but also the founder market fit, which I think I completely agree. It is so absolutely important. I think focus on that revenue generation and diversifying the ways, the streams of funding. So not just betting like I'm going to run after angels or VCs right now, but also what else can I do? Where can I, get the funding from? Maybe grants, maybe there are other ways. And what I always say to every founder I work with is, your customer is your biggest investor. Look at the ways you can generate some revenue, and maybe that will help you to go if that, that to close the round takes longer than you would think so. try to do that. And why I said at the beginning why England and the UK is quite interesting, quite funny in many ways, is that we've got that very strong division still, even though we're working to kind of close the gap between London and the South, where the investor and VC activity is super active. And then where I relocated to the North, I realized like, well, it's almost like a monopoly of 2 or 3 firms that are within that region, and a founder who is above the seed stage really needs to leave the region to look for the funding. It's really difficult. This is the region also that is much really greatly saturated by grant funding, which in a way is a great thing, but in many ways it's not always, you know, so beneficial to founders. And then when you take the founders from London or from the South, they are much more, I would say, streetwise in business way, in kind of like where to look for funding, what are the best options, whether when you look at the founders in the North, especially in the Northeast, that education level still leaves a lot to desire. So engaging with them, for example, with founders in my ecosystem, in my chapter, I try to make sure that they really get the unbiased opinion on what's the best source of funding for you, whether it's crowdfunding, whether it's something, because very often they think like grant is the only option. So coming back and kind of circling back to what Mo said about the due diligence, I will second that. Yes, the due diligence on the investor side is probably more kind of, you know, thorough, but also I always tell founders that do your due diligence on the investors and on the people you're engaging with, because they don't do it. I mean, for the London founders, it's very obvious. Whereas in the North, when I work sometimes even with more mature founders, they go like, oh, but they have the money. And I said, well, but maybe let's dig deeper and see where that money comes from and who are you going to have on your cap table.
Beautiful. Okay, we are running. We are out of time.
I love doing due diligence on investors. If you don't do your due diligence on the investors as a founder, don't come and cry later. It's as crucial for founders. I would always say it's worse than Catholic marriage. If you're getting in a relationship with a founder, with an investor, is worse than a Catholic marriage, because in a Catholic marriage we still can find a way to get you divorced, but the divorce,
I love that.
The divorce in this situation will definitely send you to death. There is no divorce. You're dying.
Yeah,
that's the real talk I love from Mo. Oh my gosh, it makes me feel so good.
Okay, we are out of time, but before we close this space, let's have a quick Startup Grind directors photo, so we can, you know,
okay,
global community. So I will take one from my side.
What we do?
One, okay. One more. Let's go. Beautiful.
Awesome.
All right. Thank you so much for your time, guys.
Wait. Something very important before we go, guys. Next month, one of the world's largest events, and definitely Silicon Valley largest gathering, is happening in Silicon Valley in Redwood City. Our global conference, where you guys can come and mingle with the guys from Anderson Horowitz, YC, Sequoia, and on the highest level of leadership over there, is happening 11 and 12 of April. Come join us in Silicon Valley. And ladies and guys over here, I can't wait to hug you there.
I hope you didn't spoil the show for Naimul. I think he had something in the agenda, but it's okay. Thanks for sharing that. And
thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Everyone on the attendees side, we are now moving to our final round of our program. We have amazing speakers to quickly go over startup pitching. So our first speaker right now is Nick Hughes. He's joining us from US, and we are going to be talking about Founders Live. Hi, Nick. Thank you so much that you could join us today.
Hello. It's so nice to be here. And yeah, I'm actually joining from Uruguay down south in South America. So it's nice to be here.
Awesome. Nick, why don't we begin with a short background about you and what you're building at Founders Live?
Absolutely. Again, nice to see everyone. I'm Nick Hughes, founder and CEO of Founders Live. And, you know, really Founders Live is a global ecosystem and community for early stage startups that what we do is we provide connection into the community and network. We provide access to knowledge and information to become great entrepreneurs, access to resources, as well as capital to operate your business, and lastly, global exposure. And we do that through our not only our ecosystem, but our pitch competitions that happen all over the world now. Founders Live is now in more than 100 cities in about 43 countries. That number keeps rising. We're so excited. And, you know, now we're also excited to announce that Founders Live is now expanding and launching in the Nordic region. And that's partly why I'm here as well. So we're very, very excited to be announcing that and to see that the Founders Live events, these are in-person physical events. You gather, you celebrate, you see 5 founders that take the stage and pitch. And it's a 99-second pitch. So I'm going to review that in a moment here, really some tips and thoughts around that. But we're excited to see Stockholm launch April 6th. We have Mikael here, and so excited to hear from her. But Stockholm is launching, and then you'll see Copenhagen, Reykjavik, Helsinki, as well as Oslo follow suit very soon here in the coming months. So we're very, very excited.
Thank you so much, Nick. Yes, as we explained in the morning as well, Founders Live is coming to Nordics. 6th of April, mark your calendars. We have already the event half filled. It's happening in the Park Södra. So if you are in Stockholm, or if you want to fly to Stockholm to attend this event, you're welcome to do so. And we are also accepting startup pitches. We have already received a set of pitches. We are looking for 5 startups to pitch on stage on Founders Live 99-second pitching. And why 99 seconds, Nick, if we can talk about that?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, it's why not? You know, it's a bit of a lesson in branding. You know, when you think about your companies, everyone out there, you know, differentiation is so important. And you know, I just grabbed a hold of a number. This was, it so happens 9 years ago right now, I started Founders Live, literally like, you know, in Seattle. So I'm based, or our company, we're based out of the United States in Seattle, Washington. That's where I started it. And I just grabbed a hold of this number. You know, look, there's pitch competitions out there that have 2 minutes or 90, you know, 1 minute. We said, you know what, we're going to do 99 seconds. And it's very memorable. And we have now really claimed a hold of that around the world, of that number. But more importantly, why that specific time frame is that it is a perfect amount of time for you all entrepreneurs to package your message into a short period of time to tell the audience, whether it's a virtual audience like this or in person, to tell them what you're building, why, and why is it so important for them to follow your vision? How are you building it? Why should they come along? And you can do that in 99 seconds. So if you allow me a little bit, I'll actually just tell you, I'll share 3 aspects of the 99-second pitch that I believe that if you're thinking about pitching at Founders Live, or even understanding how to put together your pitch for another experience, you know, you want to think about these 3 things. Obviously, there's a lot more, but, you know, think about these 3 things. First and foremost, you know, make an impression out of the gate. If you have 99 seconds, it's a minute 39, less than 2 minutes. You know, look, we have this, everyone, and you'll notice at an event, if people are bored, they just start playing with their phone. So when you come out of the gate with your pitch, you need to make an impression quickly. So is that like a very drastic statistic? Is that you know, get their attention and help them understand? Is it emotional? Are you actually sharing like, oh my, like what you're building is solving an emotional problem. But regardless, come out of the gate, make an impression within like the first 10 to 20 seconds. You're hitting that audience with something important and interesting. The second part is really that middle part. You're packing it with, what do you actually do and how do you do it? And then how are you generating revenue? So what's the business model? So within that middle period, you're answering those basic questions of, okay, what are they actually, like what problem are they solving? How are they solving it? And then what is the revenue business model around that? So you're really answering those questions. And the last part here is you leave them with something to do. Okay, it's call to action, a CTA, right? So sometimes this is an investment pitch. So you're actually making an ask for that investment. A lot of times at Founders Live, it's not really an investment pitch. So you want them to follow you on social media. You want them to sign up and use the product, right? But whatever it is, you leave that pitch with letting them know to do something. That's the whole point of pitching there. So I hope that those three things helped. And that's why 99 seconds, hey, no one's got time for anything more than that, right? So we shortened it up and now the 99-second pitch is happening on every continent around the world.
Thank you so much, Nick. And as Nick was mentioning, 6th of April is the Nordic launch. We are launching it from Stockholm Park Södra. If you want to be a part of the launch as a startup pitching on stage, send us your application. If you want to be in the audience, do it early. Half filled already without even talking about it. So today we are talking about it, but it's great. I think pitching, we have been discussing, Nick, you and I, that and in the morning, since the morning, we have been talking about turbulence because the opportunity window is getting squeezed right now. So my hypothesis over here is whenever there is an opportunity window squeeze, you need to get better. You need to kind of move ahead and differentiate way better, have much better control on your operation. So I think pitching is one area where startups can make a huge difference and kind of change that squeezing kind of a situation on the money market. What do you think?
So exactly. And, look, what's the underlying topic from this session? As I came in, I'm hearing a lot about the, SVB and the banking crisis. And hey, when you look at the macro here, the market is squeezing back in, which is not the worst thing, everyone. Okay. It is challenging, yes, but here's why it's beneficial. When you think about pitching, as Rameau said, the differentiation aspect. And I'm going to give you a few points here to think about to pitch and, why, reasons to pitch on whether it's Founders Live or even on a further global scale, is it allows you to get exposure. Look, through thousands and thousands of pitches across the world, one thing we've picked up is, hey, success only comes from when people know about your business and you personally, right? So that's partly why we created Founders Live and it grows around the world, is so we can provide opportunity for more exposure for you all entrepreneurs around the world. So get out there, step up on stages of Founders Live, hey, Startup Grind or other pitch experiences. Every single time it gets you more exposure in front of crowds and people so they know about what you're building. The next thing is actually learning and feedback. So when you pitch, every single time you pitch, there's a response, right? So Founders Live is a pitch competition. People vote at the end. The crowd votes to determine the winner of that event. It's really beautiful and it's great. But regardless if there's a crowd voting or there's investors on the other side of the table, you're going to get feedback. And that's great because each time you pitch, the more feedback you pull in and adjust, you improve over time because you're getting that feedback. And I would say the last one is really just because you're pitching, you're connecting with, because of that exposure, you're getting opportunity to connect with potential investors and potential customers, which results in what, everyone? Revenue and investment. It's the capital you need to operate your business. So by putting yourself out there and pitching, those great things happen. We always say this, and I'll kind of end with this, is great things always happen from Founders Live. Great things happen. Whether you win or not, you get exposure, you get feedback, you get opportunities. Maybe there's an investor in the room that's like very interested in what you're building and you get a follow-up conversation, and that's happened. so many startups from Founders Live have resulted in an investment because they pitched at Founders Live, and it's beautiful. So hopefully those helped you as well. And I know it's a challenging time. We're seeing it, wherever you are in the world, but at the same time, perfect time for you to get out there and put your message out and pitch.
Thank you so much, Nick. It's awesome what you're building. Startup Grind Nordics is delighted to be an ecosystem partner for Founders Live, and we see this community making a huge stride in the Nordics. Nordics are great, but what I've seen also is that we are great at building startups, but we are very humble in pitching. So I think Founders Live will be in the right spot in Nordics in kind of filling that gap up. Thank you so much for being here and joining us.
Last thing I'll say, everyone, put this on your calendar, and I've told Rameau this, 2024, so a year from now, I know it's a while, but I'm making my way over to that part of the world. I have a Europe trip. I will spend time in the Nordics. So I want you all to know, let's do it. Let's have an event in your city. I will be there. I'm excited to meet you all in person. So I don't know exactly the month yet, but it'll be around maybe this time next year. So I look forward to that. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Nick. Take care. Bye-bye. We are now welcoming Andrew to join us. Our next topic for discussion is startup pitching fundamentals. And we are glad that Andrew Hennigan, leading pitch coach, is joining us now. Let's see, Andrew, if I can locate you. And after that, we have a closing thought from Venture Cup. Andrew, just give me a shout out when you have joined in.
I see that Andrew is here.
Let's see.
I already added him to the panelists. He just needs to unmute. And awesome.
Hi, Andrew. Thank you for joining in. Just for all the audience here, yes, we are trailed by time. We have two talks now. One from Andrew. We'll have around 10 minutes discussion, and then we'll move to the final talk on Venture Cup Sweden. So around 15 minutes. Please stay on. It'll be awesome. Andrew, thank you so much for joining in. Cutting directly into the topic, tell us about yourself and what made you interested in pitching. Let's go there.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you, Rameau, for having me. And the reason I got interested in this topic is because since quite a long time, I've been working on influencing, speaking, persuading, and everything to do with communications like that. I work on my own. I have my own consulting company, and I work generally with corporates, with government, with academia, and with startups as well. I also work through incubators and sometimes on my own, independently, advising startup founders and coaching them and mentoring them. But here in Stockholm, what I'm probably best known for is something which is not even something I do for money. It's a pro bono gig that I have at TEDx Stockholm, where I head the speaker curation team, and I've been a coach now for the last 8 years or so. And the reason I got interested in startups was because sometime in the 2000s, I was doing a lot of freelance journalism, and one of the gigs I had was to write a weekly article about new developments in technology, which meant that I spent a lot of time interviewing startup founders, which I thought was very interesting because I discovered that very, very often you can talk to a founder for half an hour and still not really understand what they're doing. And I saw a lot of pitches, and I thought the average sort of level wasn't terribly good. So that taught me, first of all, what makes a bad pitch, but also gave me a lot of clues about how you could fix that and how you can make a good pitch.
Awesome. Thank you, Andrew. But let's go into the pitching. Like if you mentioned the point, what makes a good pitch? Sure. Like how do you define a good pitch?
Okay, well, first of all, fundamentally, the good pitch is the one that gets the result you're looking for. That ultimately is the final test. If you're pitching to get a meeting and you get a meeting, you've succeeded, even if the slides were terrible. This is something that obviously you can only discover afterwards. So we're looking instead at indicators you can recognize while you're still making the pitch. And there are really two secrets. The first is that the pitch has to be impactful, and the second is that it has to be memorable. Now, there's a lot of things you can take from standard startup land best practices. Like you can find almost everywhere a typical sort of deck structure with the vision, the problem, the competition, the financials, all the usual stuff you got to put in. And this is actually quite useful and quite interesting because it reminds you about some key things you should put. But there's a couple of mistakes that people often make there. The first is at the very beginning, as we heard earlier. That's where you've got to make an impact. And it's where most people do their worst, to be absolutely honest. And a lot of things begin with a lame statistic like, did you know that 37% of presentations begin with a statistic? And it's not actually very memorable because there's only 100 percentages, which means that you're not going to actually make a lasting memory doing that. But I can remember now, I was just thinking about this morning, and I remember that 10 years ago in a cafe on Sveavägen, I met with the founder of a car rental startup, and he told me their origin story about something that happened to him and his co-founder. And I can still remember that today. Even though the startup is long since gone, the pitch is still in my mind. And yet I don't remember some pitches from last week, which shows you the importance of getting something memorable in that first vision slide, something distinctive, something catchy, something people are going to remember. And that's very, very important. So you draw that knowledge from the world of the traditional sort of startup pitches, but you have to take into account that the beginning must be very strong, and also don't shy away from the high-hanging fruit. I've seen a lot of pitches where some critical element was missing, like the competition or the team. And I'm like saying, like, why is there no team here? And they go, oh, because it's not very impressive. And I think, okay, that's not the way it works. If something's not good, you make it good. You don't just hide it. Because the prizes here go to the people who get the high-hanging fruit, not just the low-hanging fruit. So that's another lesson you get from the traditional sort of startup community. But in addition, now, if you're like me, you can also bring in a lot of other techniques from the world of TED, from the world of Hollywood screenwriting, a lot of techniques to make things memorable, where you have a vivid image, maybe of a machine for washing cats, or an elephant in the street, or whatever, things that people remember for 10, 20 years. Then there's a lot of other technical things you learn, like, for example, TED Talks famously are based on a single idea, so they're very coherent, and also they minimize distractions by like not having a laptop near the presenter, so you have to use a clicker, so then people focus on what you're saying. And while you're doing the clicking, there's a lot of really, really effective ways of using that. Like I borrow a technique from the movies where, you know, like often in a movie, you hear the next scene before you see it. It's what they call a pre-lap. It's a screenwriter technique. And I do that in presentations. I start talking about the next slide before I share it. And this is a very subtle effect, but it's very, very effective. So then you get, essentially, you get these two basic sources of information. You have the kind of typical startup best practice, and then you've got the communication experts best practice. But there is, though, in my opinion, there's another one, because sometimes it's not the best presentation that wins the funding or wins the meeting or whatever. This is just something that you have to accept if you're like me, very fond of good slides, good storytelling and everything. But sometimes it's just a good number that sells the thing. Take, for example, there's a new startup called Spinach. They do a kind of a team collaboration tool. It's just like a million other team collaboration tools, but they have terrific traction. Everybody's signing up for it. It's like Clubhouse a few years ago, which means that if you're an investor, you're going to be looking at that. It doesn't matter how bad the pitch is. It doesn't matter how bad the deck is. That can be very important. So I've started now a new thing. I'm now going back to founders who have had success, who have got a lot of funding, and I'm asking to see their deck. And then I'm asking them also to tell me, you know, is there some point where people were saying, take my money? And I'm trying to find out now, what is the actual point where people get interested? And this is actually giving some very interesting results, because the beautiful slides, the ones that are visually very catchy, maybe they have their role in making your pitch memorable, but what actually delivers the goods is the take my money moment.
And then where is that take my money moment?
Okay, this is interesting as well, because I ask everybody now I know who's succeeded in getting a lot of funding. I say, show me how you did it. Now, of course, we all know that it's not the deck alone. It's not that you make a deck and like magic, you get money. That only works in some tech publications where they still believe that myth. But in reality, it's not like that. But people recognize, though, a moment where maybe they saw a softening or sudden interest from the audience. And I get roughly, the founders are divided into roughly 3 groups. The first group, they say it was slide 14, and they show me the slide. And I look at it, and it's always something about a number. It's either terrific traction or a terrific market or something like that. It's usually just a good number. It's not the deck at all. It's the reality that's impressive. Some people pick on a group of slides, and it's like, as we heard from Nick earlier, the middle part of the pitch deck. It's the together of the group of slides which describes the business model, the market size, competition, 2 or 3 things together that is very, very persuasive. But then there's a third of founders who say it wasn't the deck at all. Now, this is the ones that really interest me a lot, because then they explain that rather than it being the deck that got them the meeting or the investment or the funding, it was something else. And the something else they're usually talking about is more of like building a relationship. It's more building connections. And this is something that most people are not terribly good at. And people think that, oh, in Sweden, it doesn't matter if you don't have a relationship. And they're wrong, because it's true that in classical cultural models, the Nordic people tend to be on the rules side of the rules versus relationships dimension, but relationships still matter, and they matter a lot. And it matters who you are. And this is why it's so important to build up some visibility and some credibility outside of your pitch. You shouldn't be known just for the pitch. That's why maybe you should be going to other events, conferences, meetings, and so on. And I think that actually prepares people so that when you go and talk, they're trusting you because you're you. You're not like a masked pitcher who comes in anonymously and presents some magic slides, and they pick you because of the slides. It doesn't work like that. They're often looking at you as a person. Are you Biz Stone or Sergey Brin or Larry Page? Are you somebody that they will just throw money at even before they start pitching? Or are you at least somewhere in the middle, somebody who they trust a little bit because they have seen you in the community and they've gotten to know you? And that's why I think that being a public speaker, in addition to just pitching your startup, has value.
And let's take that last point and build on that for a couple of minutes, and then we move to our final address. You work with TEDx Stockholm as well, and there's a big event coming in, and then you are kind of coaching the speakers, looking at speaker pipeline. That experience from public speaking is on one side, so TED is there, and then there is startups who are trying to pitch. Is there a connection between public speaking and pitching, or are they 2 different universes?
I think that you have to remember what you're doing all the time. Like, for example, I sometimes get startup founders who come to TEDx, and they're doing essentially a pitch. They're selling something, and we don't do that. We're interested in ideas. And what you have to do is, if you've been invited to Women in Tech or Nordic Business Forum or whatever it is, you shouldn't be thinking about selling your thing. You should be thinking about, what can I do that will give the maximum value to the audience? So think in terms of what will make the audience happy, which is probably not selling your company or your product or your service or looking for funding. So then you have to be thinking very, very differently. You have to be focusing on an idea that will interest the audience. And then also you have to structure it a little bit differently, because pitches tend to have a certain formalized structure. You have to talk about financials, the team, and everything. But when you're doing a talk, though, you don't have these restraints. You can talk about it any way you want. It lets you be a lot more ambitious with the storytelling and to make it a little bit more impressive. And sometimes you have more time, sometimes less time, but you don't have an audience that's kind of like got their shields up because they're fearing you're going to do a pitch. You've got instead an audience that's here to listen to your ideas. And if you get a reputation for talking for the benefit of the audience, you will get asked back to speak at a lot of other events. You will build a positive reputation as being somebody interesting and a good member of the community. And that's really the essential difference. But the things you learn, though, speaking at big events and at TED and things, they will also help you to be a better pitcher, because you will master the techniques of speaking without ever looking at notes and slides. You will be able to deliver from memory your pitch without any hesitation and without any nervousness. And I think this is one of the other values you get from being a public speaker. You become a much more confident speaker. You use the space better. You use the words better. You use the gestures better.
Awesome. Andrew, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. I'm taking one point home from your last points that you made on between the comparison of public speaking and pitching. talking for the benefit of the audience. I think we rarely do that when we are designing pitch decks. It's all about me, my startup, my numbers and all. If you kind of reverse this out, what benefit will your partner, will your customer, or will your investor get out of it? It'll completely change the way the pitch is structured. Thank you, Andrew, so much for taking time out. We have the last 5 minutes talk from the regional head of Venture Cup, and we are bringing Mikael on stage. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rameau. Thank you, Andrew. Always a pleasure listening to you.
Thank you, Mikael, that you could join in, and we are very excited to have you here. And tell us about about yourself and what made you interested in ecosystem and entrepreneurship before we jump into Venture Cup.
Yeah, well, thank you, Rameau. I've been listening to keynotes and panel discussions since morning, and I'm truly inspired by the breadth of topics and the knowledge shared by the speakers here in this summit. So thank you very much, first of all, for inviting me to speak about Venture Cup. And to your question, my interest in the startup ecosystem, it began rather early in life. I was born in a family of entrepreneurs, and I've always been fascinated by the process of, taking an idea, turning it into a successful business, from identifying a problem to developing a solution, and then, building a team, all the blood, sweat, and tears on the way to securing funding. And there are so many aspects of entrepreneurship that are so exciting, but they require hard work, dedication, strategic thinking. So I've always been drawn to, if you will, that delicate mix of the science and art of entrepreneurship. I have a background in communication, so the art of pitching has always been my darling. And as a startup founder, I believe you meet hundreds of people at various meetings, events, conferences, and you introduce yourselves and you introduce your startup to complete strangers. And it doesn't always, come naturally. It's kind of a muscle that needs to be trained. So great pitches, they don't just happen. They're thoughtfully crafted, they're refined. So through my work at Venture Cup Sweden, I've been tremendously fortunate to support and work alongside some of the most talented and innovative entrepreneurs in the region. So it's incredibly rewarding to see their ideas come to life and to help them achieve their goals. So that's what keeps me going. And I just loved how Andrew explained pitching and storytelling, and how you are the person behind the slides. So it's your passion that needs to show more than what you have on your slides. And I'm so glad that Andrew is also part of our Venture Cup network and will be giving feedback to our competing startups.
That's awesome. And if we can learn a little bit about, because for the founders who have joined in, Venture Cup is a competition, but if you can explain it, you have a deadline coming up for your startup competition. Maybe you can take a couple of minutes and walk us through it.
Absolutely. I'm just gonna share my screen super quickly so I can show you what we are all about.
Yeah.
Cool. You see my screen?
And I'll paste the link to the competition here in chat.
Yes.
Kelvin is already down there. Yeah.
All right. Awesome. Let me just remove this bar from here. So guys, we have our deadline coming up on the 27th. Today is the 22nd. So just make sure that you have, if you haven't already, just go in and apply with your startup. We are basically the most popular startup competition of Sweden. The name of our competition is Startup. We are a couple of different competitions. So the one that I'm going to talk about today is the Venture Cup Startup Competition. Our motto is that great things never come from comfort zones. And this is something that you've been hearing all day long, that you have to step out of your comfort zone, go through that journey, that bumpy ride of ups and downs to make sure that you're making an impact in the world. A little bit about Venture Cup. We've been around since 1998. So if you are in any way connected to the startup ecosystem in Sweden, then there are good chances that you've run across someone in your someone around in your network who has either won Venture Cup or has been a part of it, because we've been around for a long, long time. We're Sweden's biggest, most popular startup competition. Over 30,000 entrepreneurs. We have thousands of new ideas. We work a lot with universities and fresh ideas that come right after universities. So the two competitions that we have is the idea competition and the startup competition. We are at this phase at the moment. If you look at the competition process, March 27th midnight, the competition is going to close. That is our deadline, and after that, we're going to take all the startups through a process of jury meetings in which they're going to screen the startups, and there's a set criteria according to which the startups will be assessed. However, every startup, every contribution that comes to Venture Cup is going to get guaranteed feedback from our network, and we have a huge network. We're in all 4 regions of Sweden, so we have a very strong network of industry experts who are going to sit down and give feedback to all of you. So what is this competition? Very, very briefly, it's a competition for early startups. Even if you're an idea and don't have a company yet, you're still welcome. You get guaranteed feedback, you get access to a large professional network, and of course you get exposure and publicity because, you know, Venture Cup. And you also get a chance of winning over 200,000 Swedish crowns, which is always a good money for, usually it's the first money for a startup, and it's super important. A win in Venture Cup is a strong quality stamp because it's a long process through which you go through screening, and if you are a Venture Cup winner, you're good. How it works, fairly simple. You submit your business idea on our platform, and you can see the link in the chat. Then the feedback is provided from our professional network. You can, of course, update your idea throughout, even after you've submitted. Until the deadline, you can update your idea. The ideas must comply with our Swedish laws and regulations, and you should not exceed 1 million SEK external equity. So if you've been funded or something that has gone over 1 million, then you won't be eligible for this competition. After the deadline, top 20 ideas are nominated per region. So with every 4 regions, you get 1 winner who then goes off to the national finals to be the startup of the year. So if you have submitted your idea, keep an eye on your email for nomination. We have a lot of alumni. You can probably recognize a lot of great names here. We have Naked Juice Bar, research laboratories, yeah, lots and lots. So wherever I go, I always find one of the alumni.
Yeah, I'm just finding it here. This is a great list. If we can go back, I'm seeing Mentimeter here. Like, yes, awesome. They are doing great stuff. I use them a lot at my events and accelerator sessions.
Oh yeah, they're brilliant. Mimbly. Well, just yesterday I was at Nordics and I met someone from Leia, and they told me a very cool story of how their founders first met at Venture Cup. So it was really heartwarming to see how Venture Cup actually makes a difference with their network and how they make people meet each other. So yeah, research laboratories and lots of great companies have emerged out of Venture Cup. So if you have an idea, apply. And don't wait for the deadline. Don't wait till the last moment, and please go ahead and apply as soon as you can. And if you have any questions or any way I can help you, then just drop me a DM. I'll be very happy to help you. I'm based in Stockholm at KTH Innovation. Drop by if you want to, or send me a message.
Thank you so much, Mikael, for a very interesting presentation. I think as we were discussing in the last tail end of the program about pitching, that as the funding opportunities are shrinking or kind of compressed, maybe this is just a very temporary setback for the startup ecosystems. And I as a ecosystem builder, still believe that early stage is still the best stage. It's the best time to build, and there pitching makes all the more difference. So if you're pitching your ideas, your early stage startups, do it well. be the best in pitching. Just keep that as an objective, and that'll open so many doors for you. I've seen that for the venture portfolio I'm building in Startup Accelerator that I'm developing. So pitching should be in the center stage, and Venture Cup is an awesome pitching competition. Founders Live was here. They are an awesome global platform for pitching. Try out all the opportunities. Experts like Andrews are very rare to come by. Pick up every drop of word that they're dropping on sessions like these. So thank you so much, Mikael. I'll just request Kelvin to also join in so that we can do a last 1 or 2 minutes catch up on how the summit was. And if I can stop the recording now so that it doesn't become formal, but if anybody wants to jump on stage, they can raise their hand and we can bring them on stage. So we can have a spontaneous discussion for 5-10 minutes, if anybody who wants to.